A highlight of the Blancpain Endurance Series season is the total 24 hours of Spa. And this weekend, the single biggest grid of GT3 cars to be found anywhere in the world descends on Belgium for what promises to be another fantastic race, another great round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, and another fantastic chapter in the history of the Spa 24 hours. Over 200 drivers present to do battle. Last time out, the cars had a 1,000-kilometre race in the sunshine of Paul Ricard going into the darkness, and it was Bentley that set the early pace, but as everybody jostled the position, it was perhaps small wonder on a crowded circuit that drama wasn't far away. An early incident took out the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. McLarens and Bentleys involved as well, cars scattering in every direction, and the car that had inherited the win at Monza early in the season was an early casualty with damage. On track, it left the GRT Racing Grasser Racing team, Lamborghini in the lead, chased hard by Bentley, with the number 23 Nissan working its way into contention. The car of Alex Buncombe, Captain Massaccio and Wolfgang Wright was soon looking to try to gain track position on the run down the famous Mistral Straight, whereas, in contrast, the Brooks & Gignon BMW had a rather tiring day. The second of the Von Ryan Racing McLarens was also in strife, rear damage putting that car into the pit box where it joined the sister car that had won last time out at Silverstone. Mark VDS Racing made a welcome return to the championship, starting from the pit lane after an engine change. That car was working its way into contention. WRT's Audi was in strife and in the pit box, and the number 23 Nissan was going strongly. It was a four-way battle for the lead after the next round of pit stops, two Bentleys, a Nissan and a Lamborghini. And the Nissan was hunting for success. Never had the car had an outright win before. Try as they might, it couldn't quite grab the advantage around the outside of the Lamborghini, but others had bigger problems. Yannick Malagol, Howard Blanc, Jean-Marc Machelier Ferrari was ablaze, and the HTP Racing Bentley was in the pit box. Then Nissan made its push for race honours, having to use all of the track, all of the curb. 23 battled its way into the lead of the race. VDS BMW was up to fourth place and battling with the number 7 Bentley, but that too was trying to work its way into contention. Both of them delayed in traffic as they squabbled over the position. Drama then for Lamborghini. The number 19 car stopped, and as Mark VDS cycled through the pit stop, there was more drama for the Grasser Racing team. As a mechanic fell, his colleague assisted with the tyre, but it's one mechanic only for a tyre, and that meant that with a pit stop infringement, the car had to serve a penalty. The number 99 Rover Racing Mercedes was working its way up the order. Bentley number 7 made contact with the ISR Audi. That spun out of the way, and as the race went into the darkness, heading towards the end of 6 hours, it was looking to become a fight between Nissan and Bentley. 7 was catching 23 Nissan. Worried faces at Nissan, happy faces at Bentley, until Stephen Kane had a rare spin, and that cost him the time required to let the Bentley drop further away, allow the Nissan to pull clear, and it was delight for Bob Neville's team as the Nissan GT3 GTR scored its first outright victory in the Blancpain Endurance Series, with a win for Wolfgang Wright, Alex Buncombe and Captain Massaccio in the 1,000 kilometres at Paul Ricard. So welcome to a soggy Spa. This is the total 24 hours of Spa. It is race day. We are 25 minutes or so away from the race getting underway, and after what has been a glorious weekend thus far, it is now very wet indeed. We've had lots of rain all through the day. We've had safety car starts for all previous races. We've had a race that in fact only ever ran behind the safety car at the start of the day for Formula Renault. And the Hardy fans are looking forward to what should still be another fantastic race, but it is going to begin in very challenging conditions, that is for sure. The grid is formed, and looking down onto it, you can see all the umbrellas are there. It is a full field. We've got 57 cars ready to take the start, and with a wet road which is going to dry out, pit stops strategy was already thrown into the air. A total contrast from earlier in the week here at Spa in the sunshine. A regular feature of the total 24 hours of Spa weekend is the drivers' parade into Spa town itself. It's a chance for the fans to see the cars on the move, and it's a rare opportunity for drivers or mechanics to drive a GT3 racing car on the road. Seldom do you see cars like this in such unfamiliar surroundings. The fans lined the roads, and Spa town came to a virtual halt as every car competing in the race made its way into town, and all the drivers were then present for the drivers' briefing. Stefan Rattel, the man behind the Blancpain Endurance Series, was a very proud man indeed, as he had brought such a strong grid once more to a very strong Belgian fan base. It was no surprise that Maxime Martin, amongst the other Belgian drivers, was the centre of attention, as autographs were signed for the fans, and Spa was packed out with fans old and young. But another major draw in the centre of the town was Alex Zanardi, because the living legend is here to tackle the 24 Hours of Spa for the first time. He's also been on track this weekend on his hand bike as well. But this weekend is all about 24-hour racing.
Spa is, without doubt, is one of the most iconic circuits in the world.
Heading down towards Eau Rouge, Alessandro Piaguini tucks in behind him and gets to the corner safely as this massive pack of cars descends at the bottom of the hill.
For us, it's the pinnacle. It's our ultimate race. It's the one that we want to win. It's the ultimate challenge. 24 hours. It's exciting.
I did the Spa 24 in 2013, and the parade was very special.
It's something you can't put a price on, getting people involved, get them to touch the car, and I see all the kids all the time just, bringing more and more and more and more smile to their faces. It's priceless.
To get that close to the cars, to the race drivers, and I think this is something the fans want to see.
Well, yeah, Spa means a lot to me because I'm obviously from Belgium, and it's a very big race, and I think you could say it's the biggest GT race in the world.
We go racing! Laurens Vanthoor in the Audi leads them away.
How many series are there in the world where you have so many supercars on one grid and such a big grid?
I remember going through Eau Rouge for the first time at Spa, and I had a huge smile on my face.
And that's the hitting that at the best part of 120 miles an hour. Oh, dear me. Hold your breath.
So you get into Blancpain 1, what am I going to do? Am I going to lift or not? No, I'm not lifting. And you plant out on the apex and go, yeah, awesome.
You have uphills, you have downhills, you have quick sections.
The racetrack, another massive shunt.
You need to push, but still keeping in mind that if you do a mistake, you're gonna hit the wall pretty hard.
Hurt little finger, maybe.
Makes it really special.
Perfect lap. Yeah, you can feel it straight away.
Hard on the brakes, catching the traffic.
And you try not to miss off the lap. You're like, okay, it's gonna go. And
every lap throughout the 24-hour race is a challenge.
The entertainment is always good as well. There's lots of fun stuff to do. There's always some good food as well.
It seems we have a small advantage on the track. Things run normally. It will be very tight to the very end.
For sure, it's going to be close like this.
Still 14 minutes to go.
Gets up alongside and gets them through. René Rast, Laurens Vanthoor and Marcus Winkelhock will win the Total 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, a race I will probably never forget.
And three delighted drivers celebrate at Spa. Laurens Vanthoor, René Rast, Marcus Winkelhock win not just the Pro Cup, they win the Total 24 Hours of Spa. Last year, the winning margin was just 7.077 seconds after 24 hours. Can we get any closer this year? Well, the battle is on again between Audi and BMW because the two Belgian teams, WRT and Marc VDS, are set to go head-to-head. There's also the championship to factor in. This is how we look going into this race. There's only one more normal point-scoring round to follow, and bear in mind, in this, you score points at 6 hours, 12 hours, and at 24. So come tomorrow morning, we could well be talking about championship situations as much as the race situation. The Nissan, having won at Paul Ricard, gives a 1-point advantage here over Bentley 7 to Alex Buncombe, Katsuma Tsuchiya and Wolfgang Wright, but it's very, very tight all the way behind, and depending on who is where at the 6, 12 and 24 hour marks, it will have a real impact on the championship. And If some have a win and others have bad luck, like really bad luck, and don't even finish, could be that we are thinking about champions being crowned this weekend, but we'll worry about that tomorrow morning, I think, because the first few hours are going to be very hectic indeed, especially given the way the grid is lining up based on the 20 drivers that went into Super Pole yesterday, and also a number of teams put to the back of the grid for a variety of amendments to their times, which we'll come to in a moment. Let's go down to the grid, though, and hear from Alvaro Parent.
Alvaro Parent, second row of the grid, team car directly ahead of you. 24 hours. Is this going to be an endurance or is it going to be a sprint?
You know, you always get that temptation, all of us drivers, you know, on such an important race to attack early, you know, and straight from the beginning. But you know, it's raining, so we only had these conditions in warm-up. None of the practices have been with water. So I don't know if we're starting with safety car or not because of some puddles and everything around the track. But yeah, I think obviously every stint everyone's going to be attacking a lot, but it's attacking a lot with thinking about the situations, you know, and not putting yourself in a risky situation.
So are you telling me that the red mist that I know you've got, you're going to be in control of?
No, definitely. I'll have it, very much so, and attack all the time, but thinking about everything and trying to, you know, do the best possible job.
I know you will. Many thanks.
Thank you.
John Watson down on the grid. OJ Borg will patrol the pit lane for us. David Addison in the drive for the moment, as under their umbrellas, the fans in the grandstands opposite the old pits, the endurance pits, get ready. Of course, the two pit lanes here put together as one. It becomes probably the longest pit lane of anywhere when we get to the 24 hours of Spa, because you link the F1 pits along with the endurance pits. So John, having spoken to Alvaro Parent, makes his way to pole position, where Frank Stippler is there for Audi. Let's hear from the pole man right now.
Frank Stippler, pole position from the top 20 shootout. Great drive in difficult conditions, but nothing compared to what we've got now.
No, certainly not. Spa at its best. Compared to the Eifel, it's more or less the same situation. It's always changing dry and wet conditions. So yeah, we will see. It might be a good basic to be somewhere in the front rows to avoid most of the spray. So if we can keep that somehow, that would be nice. And then for sure you need a lot of luck in these conditions as well.
Now, Frank, would I be right in saying that you are Mr. Adaptable to any condition?
Not more than the others. I mean, the amount of very strong competitors and drivers is amazing this season again. It's a big honor to be on pole position. It's only a very little step just in front of a 24-hour race, but nevertheless, I mean, here are so many really nice and great teams, very great drivers. I would say the best GT drivers all over the world come together here and joined this race. So it made me a little bit proud to be on pole, as well as Audi for the new car. It's a nice experience. But as I said before, it's just a very little step.
Well, thank you, Mr. Adaptable.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Frank Stippler, of course, is a winner of this event. Go back to 2012, he did the lion's share of the driving. The maximum you can do in the race is 14 hours, and Frank, I think, was pretty close to that actual maximum. He was worn out when he got out of the car. It was held in hot conditions that year. There are occasional hot conditions at Spa, I promise you. And that was a year that he won with René Rast and with Andrea Piccini, who is Ferrari mounted this weekend. It's not just wet, it's cold and it's windy here as well, and you can see how the rain is being blown across the circuit. The flags are suffering as well, and so it's going to be very challenging conditions to get the race underway. Andrea Piccini's Ferrari starts fourth. Michael Lyons, another of the drivers, and he now is with John on the grid.
Lyons, second row of the grid, the first Michael Lyons, second row of the grid, the first Pro-Am car. What is a Pro-Am car? What is a Pro-Am car doing in the second row of the grid?
Hey, you saw he finished up in the 6th hour, didn't you? Got to have a try. It's nice to be back here. I get to talk to you again. The last couple of races I've been a bit lonely, I've been down that end, but no, Andrea pulled out a super lap. We were super close in the free practice, so feeling pretty good.
So obviously you're looking to win your category, but you've got a really good chance, certainly, of making a break in these difficult conditions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're going to run. Michael's going to run pretty early on. We'll get the hours out of the way and do all that kind of thing for the strategy, also using the AMs. But yeah, I think if Andrea might look to double stint if the rain keeps coming down, because he'll know the conditions, and we'll probably double stint the tyres as well. So if he's in a good position, I can't wait to get in and keep my head down and just keep working. But as you know, it's a long race, so we'll push for the points at 6, push for the points at 12, and then see where we are for the rest.
Well, just for your memory, when it's wet, it is slippery. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Interesting that Michael talks about double stinting tyres, because another team has told me absolutely no way will they consider it because of the effect that 100 kilos of fuel, which is effectively a full tank, is going to have on a pre-used set of tyres. So they are thinking, this team that will remain anonymous for now, about changing tyres on every stop. So double stinting isn't in some teams' game plans, but others are thinking that it is perhaps the way to go. Right now, they're thinking about wets rather than anything else. It's going to be a very treacherous start to this race. Well, we've heard from Audi, we've heard from McLaren. Let's hear from Bentley next, and Andy Soucek with John on the grid.
Andy, 3 Bentleys in the top 10, your car in the 3rd row of the grid. You've got to be confident.
Yeah, but that was in the dry conditions. That was not on the wet, so we'll have to see how the car feels on the rain. We had a bit of the warm-up this morning to get a feel, and it was okay, so we should be in a good position. And, I mean, 24 hours, you know, anything can happen.
Now, you say the car felt good in the wet, but I got a feeling from some, talking to people, that car is really good in the dry, but you haven't quite dialed the wet setting in to the best levels.
Sure, but we expected it to be worse. That's why I say it was not feeling that bad. I think the car is going to be better with low rain rather than if it starts to pour down. But, it's going to be difficult for everyone. The good thing is we are starting P5. It's a good starting position. We need to get out of trouble. Just drive to the end.
I'm sure you will. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
So Andy Soucek for Bentley is going to be one to watch over those early laps, that's for sure. And with the rain still falling, but the wind definitely picking up, we are just about set ready here at Spa. Now, let's go back down to the grid, because OJ Borg has found Bas Linders for us, overseeing Mark VDS Racing. Let's go to the grid now.
Bas Linders, you a happy man right now?
Happy man, it's difficult to say, it's raining, it's Belgium, it's Spa-Francorchamps, so of course we have a lot of fans, a lot of sponsors, Mr. Van der Straten who is here. So we want to do a good job, but it's going to be tricky in the first few hours.
If anyone knows how to deal with the idiosyncratic weather that Spa has, it's you and your team.
Yeah, maybe yes, but okay. I mean, WRT, they know the track quite well as good. Vincent Vos has raced here as much as I did. I think altogether we are well prepared. Also, the engineers have a good strategy. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at the skies, and at the moment it's still quite grey, so we will see what happens.
Last year you were second by just 0.1 seconds. Can you go 7.2 seconds quicker this year?
I was actually 7.077, but yeah, I'll remember this all my life. But yeah, I mean, we must do better, but okay, our competition has become harder. I mean, the new Audi, there's the Lamborghini, even the new McLaren is performing quite well. The Bentley is performing fast now, so it's going to be a tough fight, and I hope it's going to be like a 4-way fight or a 5-way fight instead of just the 2-way fight what we are used to.
Where do you think your car will be strongest in this race? At the start, first 12 hours, or the second 12 hours?
I hope at the end when we cross the finish line first.
Baz, thank you very much.
It's good to have Mark VDS back in Blancpain. Stefan Rattal agrees, as there he is. Shaking Baz's hand, wishing him good luck. But of course, it's this great battle, not just between two German brands, Audi and BMW, but two Belgian teams, with Mark VDS taking on Team WRT, Bas Linders overseeing things for Mark van der Straten's team, and of course Vincent Vos, along with lots of other Belgian legends of the sport like Thierry Tassin and Pierre Dieudonné, all looking after activity at Team WRT. Now, René Rast, of course, is a former winner. He won last year. He could win again this year.
René Rast, you're just about to get into your car. Really awful conditions.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same conditions in warm-up. Now it's raining cats and dogs again. We had some issues with aquaplaning in the morning. I hope it will not be the same now. But anyway, I hope we will have a safety car for a start, because it's the safest way. And then we'll see. I think we had a good performance in the warm-up, so let's see.
I know this is a very cheesy question, but you got #1 on your car. Do you think you'll be #1 at the Fen in this 24 hours?
I hope so. You never know. It's a long race. Competition is high. And we need a lot of luck. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, that's in safe hands. Thank you.
Thanks.
We've had the 5-minute board, so we're getting closer to the start of the race, but before we do get the cars underway, we better hear from the boss, hadn't we? Stefan Rattel is on the grid with OJ.
Here we are, Stefan, the big one. How excited are you?
Very excited. It's not the best weather, but it's definitely the best race to come. I don't think it's ever been that close. We had yesterday 6 makes in 0.3 of a second. We have close to 60 cars on the grid. We have 36 nationalities represented. We have 11 manufacturers and 6 of them going for the big fight and to win overall. I think that's the big one.
I was listening to Aders earlier on. He said this is possibly the biggest grid ever in motorsport.
I mean, for a single class of cars, GT3 only, that's definitely unique. And I think we're on for an exceptional race. And it's Spa, it's the weather everybody expects at Spa. It makes the race even more unpredictable. And it should be, I mean, the drivers are on for a very big one.
Stefan, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So good to hear from Stefan Rattel. Yeah, the biggest grid of GT3 cars. I know there are other events, longer laps, where you can start more like the Nordschleife, but in terms of pure GT3 grid, it's the biggest you're going to find anywhere. So we are set, ready to go. And although you've heard drivers talking about the fact that they would quite like a safety car start, I understand it will be a rolling start. So it'll be the usual ceremonial start past the old pits, which is where the cars are lined up. Well, John, here we go again. It's Spa, it's wet, but it's going to be a great race.
Well, certainly it's going to be a difficult race, and whether they start the race under a safety car, which for me would be the right thing to do, because the amount of spray that's going to come up from these 58 GT3 cars, particularly as they go down the long Kemmel Straight, the uphill Kemmel Straight, and into the first sequence of Lake Combe corners. And that's not even thinking about getting through Eau Rouge or Radillon. And we know that, well, thinking back to last year, and I don't want to think back to last year, that the accidents that we had in that first 4 or 5 hours, really awful, and I really put them out of my mind. Just want a good, clean start to this 24-hour race, and let's hope we have another cracker as we did last year.
Well, it was certainly a great race. Let's have a look at the grid then, because Audi start on pole position alongside McLaren. The second row is Ferrari and McLaren. Andrea Piccini in the Ferrari. Then you go back to Bentley on the third row, and last year's winning Audi #1. It's the new Audi that is going to be run by WRT for #1 this year. 46 BMW starts alongside the red Bentley from HTP. Alongside Christopher Mies, who went off on Thursday evening. Go back further, there is #9 BMW. That's Alex Zanardi's car with Bruno Spengler and Timo Glock sharing driving duties with him. Barwell runs your Curiacos to the right as we go up the grid. More Ferraris, more Mercedes as well. And look there, you've got the bright turquoise Audi lining up. Car 3 also from WRT with Jean-Carl Vernet and Robin Frins among the drivers. Demon Tweaks backing the BMW of Team Russia there. We've gone past the Emil Frey Jaguar to the right, and the rain is getting heavier, as you can see, as we work our way back towards the back end of Pro-Am and then the leading AMs. Team Brazil here, hoping for better weather. And there, looking down onto the grid, is 58, Kevin Est in the Von Rahn Racing McLaren on the outside of the front row of the grid.
Well, if anybody's going to make a lunge for the lead, that's going to be Kevin Estre, because that's just the way Kev drives a race car. Frank Stippler, as I mentioned on the grid, probably the safest pair of hands at this end of the grid. He will not do anything, in my view, and I hope Frank's not going to let me down, but to jeopardise the benefit of having that pole position, the opportunity to get basically clear air until you start catching up to the tail enders and begin the whole process of lapping that will then continue throughout the remains of the 24-hour events.
You can see how gloomy it is overhead. The rain is still falling, but the forecast is that this will pass through, and by about 5 o'clock it's going to brighten up. Well, we'll see.
You're talking about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, not 5 o'clock this evening.
Depends who you talk to. Everybody seems to have a different weather forecast, but I mean, it looked much later in the day than it really is, because now all the headlights are on. It is really showing you how dark it is out there.
Well, I mean, I went onto the grid about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, and it had virtually stopped raining, but as I worked my way up through the grid, it just began to fall heavier and heavier. And I mean, as we look out of the commentary booth, it's sort of coming from whatever direction it is, I can't work it out, but it's now raining as they're facing down the hill. It's coming into their face. So as they go down through Eau Rouge, up Radillon, along the Kemmel Straight, it's going to be right in their windscreens, in their headlights, and visibility will be obviously the key. That's why I'm wishing that we do get a safety car start. Give the cars maybe 3 or 2 laps minimum, 3 laps to get accustomed to the field, let the field stretch out.
Well, there's certainly no message on our timing screens to say it is a safety car start. There, the field being released for what therefore is going to be a rolling start, unless the race director, there he is, Alain Adam, is unhappy and decides that he is going to have to give them another warming up lap. But at the moment, it is just this one formation now.
They will see pretty quickly, as the cars go down the long Camel Straight, just how much or how little visibility there is. And remember, the cars are at this point relatively stretched out, so, and also they're not running at racing speed, so if they think that the visibility is sufficiently poor, it may be that they'll give them a second formation lap or have a start under the safety car. But we're not getting currently any information on our timing and scoring to indicate that that is going to be the case. There's an idea of what the visibility is like, and they're running at what, maybe a third of what would be racing speeds.
And so, with the cameras all around the circuit, the race director and his team in race control will have an idea of where the weather is at its worst, where the real danger points are. And by the time Alain Adam has sprinted from one start area to the other, because race control is coming out of the bus stop, of course, he's got to get himself across the paddock and up the hills, back into race control. He will have a look and see whether a second formation lap is needed. For my money, I would say yes, but let's see what the decision is.
Interesting, the Nissan not using its wipers.
No.
Now, is there a reason for that, or has it already got a problem?
Air pressure to try and clear the water off is the other option, but yes, the fact that it's not being used at all, that wiper, is a surprise at the moment as the cars go down to Bruxelles. Everybody looking for where the puddles may be, where the grid may be. Take a deep breath and let's have a look at how the grid lines up. Frank Stippler lines up alongside Kevin Est on the front row of the grid, with Andrea Piccini and Alvaro Parent on row 2. The third row is Maxime Soulet alongside Rani Rast. Then Lucas Lohr lines up alongside Mike Parisi on the fourth row of the grid, where you have BMW lining up alongside the Bentley. The fifth row is where you will find Guy Smith starting in 7th alongside Maxime Martin. He's going to be one to watch in these early laps. He excels in these conditions. Then it's Michael Meadows in the Aston Martin alongside Christopher Mies for Audi. Franck Pereira comes next alongside Marcel Fassler. Then it's Bruno Spengler starting in number 9 BMW, and in 99 alongside it is Nico Bastian. Hubert Haupt comes next for Mercedes. Lining up alongside is the sister car of Bernd Schneider. Matt Griffin's Ferrari is 19th on the grid. 20th, Alexander Sims starts for Curie Cost. Those are the Superpole qualifiers ahead of Tony Villander and Alessandro Pierguidi on the next row of the grid. Adam Christodoulou will start 23rd and Jean-Carl Vernet 24th. 25th on the grid is a newcomer to Blancpain, Clement Schmidt in the Bentley of HTP. Alex Buncombe, Paul Ricard winning car. That's only 26th on the grid, hit rather by the balance performance this weekend. Johnny Adam lines up alongside Mark Basseng next. Then it's Johnny Cocker alongside Frederic Verviche. The 16th row is where you find another Blancpain newcomer, quick Scott Randiel, alongside former FIA GT champion Gabriele Gardel. Christophe Bouchou is a former winner. He's on row 17 alongside Craig Dolby. Row 18 is Peter Schotthorst alongside Dirk Muller for 888 in that BMW. He's another one to watch ahead of Marco Asma and Carlos Bueno for Team Brazil on row 19. Row 20, Marco Seefried in the green Ferrari, Olivier Pla in the retro livery Nissan. We'll come to that later. Row 21, Benny Simonson, younger brother of the late Alan, alongside Paul-Luc Chatin. Karim Auger is next on the grid alongside Frank Schmickler, and ahead of Martin Jensen and another former winner, Jean-Philippe Belloc, who's had a 10-place grid drop for an infringement in practice. Rui Aguas lines up alongside the experienced Marc Rostam. Marc Guillot has Christian Kelders for company. And then Jean-Michel Martin, Maxime's father, starts on row 26. More of that car to come in the race. He's alongside Gilles Duquesne. Behind them to complete the grid, there's Philippe Hasbrook alongside Marco Ciocci. Then Gilles Vanelay in his Ferrari. And the two Lamborghinis have both had engine changes and hence go to the back of the grid. Fabio Babini starts in number 19 and Mirko Bortolotti will start in 63. That is how this bumper grid lines up as we get ready for the start of the total 24 hours of Spa. The rain is getting heavier, the circuit is getting wetter, and official with his hand out of the side of the safety car window.
I think he's indicating there's going to be a second formation lap, or else he's celebrating in Churchillian style victory.
Well, some way away from that yet. I'm waiting for the next message to come onto the screen, but no, I'm being told from race control that it is going to be a start this time. And so, as is the tradition, as the cars work their way out of La Source, the safety car we anticipate to peel off, and then bang on 4:30, the race will get underway. Here they come towards the timing line. The Spa 24 hours for 2015 is go, and a very good start by Kevin Est. Slow away in contrast as Frank Stippler. We get a McLaren 1-2 as they drop downhill, because it is Est ahead of Alvaro Parent. And now take a big deep breath 25. Are they all going to get through Eau Rouge safely on this first lap in the spray on a wet road? So far so good as 57 GT3 cars power uphill for the first time. The biggest race in the GT calendar is underway, and it is McLaren's first and second as they head uphill, and that has been a remarkably tidy start.
Yeah, I mean, Frank Stippler on that pole position seemingly got caught out or was just overly cautious. I don't know which of the two it was, but certainly Kevin Astra, no surprise that he took advantage and put his McLaren into the lead, albeit for the first third of a lap.
So let's see how long it is before Frank Stippler makes his attack to try and get back into the lead. Of course, at this moment, they're still trying to work out grip levels. They're trying to get warmth into the tyres. They're looking for visibility. All these things that drivers have to factor in as well as battle for position. And there's the first casualty. Round goes 75, and that is a lose for Frédéric Verviche, who goes off the road. Others scatter in avoidance.
Well, I mean, it was an unnecessary overtake up the inside and the exit of Les Combes, contact with the other Audi, and quite why it was felt necessary on this opening lap to put yourself into a compromising position, damage your car, potentially damage the other car. I don't know. I mean, talk about exasperation.
There's always one, isn't there, early on in a Spa 24 hours that does it to you, John, and this year it's Frédéric Verviche. But you're right, I mean, he's got 24 hours to go, and there he is in strife, not even halfway around the first lap.
Well, I think totally unnecessary, and he may get a penalty for an unnecessary or avoidable collision, but of course he's done the damage by losing control, spinning, and the whole field has gone through. He may have to make a trip into the pit lane because some of the carbon fibre attachments did come detached. Now, whether that will affect the car handling in this condition probably is not going to be as noticeable as it would be in dry conditions. Nevertheless, totally avoidable and, in my opinion, completely unnecessary.
There's one car that is in the pit lane, which is Olivier Pla in the Nissan, and that car has made its way into the pits. Now, is it an early problem, or is that a very clever idea to try and keep out of trouble and keep out of the spray? Well, either way, 22 then is in the pit lane, and Olivier Pla hopefully will join in and not lose a lap, because the race leaders are about to come over the timing line. The timing line is here, even though the start line is on the other side of La Source, and a good battle has already developed between 8 Bentley there. Look in the hands of Maxime Soulet, and right up behind him, looking for a way by in the Marc VDS BMW, is Maxime Martin. Just wallow in the way that Maxime drives in the wet.
Yeah, but remember, we saw in Paul Ricard this car, or one of the BMWs, having to battle forever and overruns in the braking into La Source, and the Bentley comes through underneath Lucas Lohr. He knows how difficult it is to get past a Bentley. He's trying again down the hill, the run down into Eau Rouge, but the Bentley has just got enough where it can't in a straight line.
So nose to tail they run, and the Marc VDS BMW needing to try and find a way through. You're on board with Maxime Martin now then as he climbs uphill, and he's in the spray. The wipers working overtime as they power now on up towards Les Combes for this lap number 2. Up front, Kevin Est is leading by over 4 seconds already. But what can Maxime Martin do? He was a little bit subdued in the Superpole yesterday. And there, look, working his way up the order, number 1 is René Rast starting, and he's got himself up ahead of Frank Stippler.
Yeah, I mean, René Rast, a master in Audis, particularly in endurance events, getting past a more cautious, certainly a very cautious starting Frank Stippler. But Frank's not giving it up. He's there at the races, and he's going to come out of Bruxelles side by side. In fact, he comes out ahead of René Rast.
And the outcome of all of that is that Stippler goes back ahead. And of course, these two are teammates. They're both at WRT. The last thing Vincent Vossi's squad wants is for the two cars to touch and compromise their run early in the race, as up front the two Von Rahn Racing McLarens get away. Kevin Est leading Alvaro Perret. Stippler runs third. René Rast fourth then. These the new Audi R8 LMS. They're not Ultras anymore. The new car just known as the R8 LMS. And the grey one is Stippler. And behind, in the red colours, is René Rast. And of course, that's the same winning team of drivers. Rast, Vantor, Marcus Winkelhock that we had here last year.
And Kevin Astra beginning to stretch that advantage, but having nothing ahead of him until he comes up to here. We watch the start again. And where was Frank Stippler? I don't know what he did, but he just seemed to be either... I don't know. I'm completely lost.
Unless he was waiting for another safety car that never came and was caught out. And so by the time he'd realised it was going to be a genuine start, it was too late, perhaps, or he was being ultra cautious. But either way, he dropped to third place early on. Let's try and have another look if we can see the field through as to what was going on with the Audi 75 that we saw Frédéric Verviche, because as the cars all hunted for track space, there he is up the inside of the WRT3, just tagged Jean-Carl Vernet. Round he goes, and was also lucky not to get collected by the Ferrari there.
Well, he did actually have light contact with the Ferrari, but nothing of any. There again we see Lucas Luhr coming into the source, having got ahead of the Bentley momentarily, just outbraked himself, and then the Bentley slips underneath. The advantage the Bentley has, we saw this in Paul Ricard with the BMW, is it's slightly quicker in a straight line. BMW got great grip. Maybe not under brakes for Lucas on that last corner, but generally a lot of downforce for that car.
So through goes Kevin S, now 7 seconds to the good over Alvaro Parente. It's an enormous advantage. And you can see the Audi's running 3rd and 4th. It is Stippler ahead of Rast still, and then a big gap back to in 5th place Andrea Piccini in the Ferrari. Now that is the Pro-Am leading car at the moment, and behind, look, we've had the change because Maxime Martin has got himself now up past Maxime Soulet. There is Lucas Luhr, who is trying to fend off the other Bentley. Mike Parisi is behind him. That's an HTP car, the red one, rather than a works car. But Maxime Martin, we've been riding on board with him as he was trying to get past Maxime Soulet. He's now done it. He's up to 6th.
And René Rast is beginning to get himself into position. He might have another little look if he thinks he's close enough to take a dive down the inside. Frank Stippler takes the middle road, so effectively blocks the Audi from going either down the inside or thinking of doing the long way around the outside. And remember, in these conditions, it sometimes is the outside line of any one of these 19 turns that's got more grip.
So downhill we run on lap number 3. And in these conditions, of course, the teams now will be keeping a weather eye on how the track is coping. If it gets to a point where it starts to dry, they'll try and second guess where the optimum time is to come in and change onto dry weather tyres, but we're a long way away from that yet. As there, look, is 22 Olivier Pla. That's the retro liveried Nissan I was talking about earlier on. The colours that were carried on the Group C Nissans from late 80s, early 90s. Jean-Carl Vernet diving up through the traffic as well. Olivier Pla is already a lap down, don't forget, after that pit lane start. So your race is compromised there even before it begins.
Yeah, and Olivier Pla, again, a young driver coming from LMP2 and high downforce single-seaters, finding it slightly more difficult to make the adaptation. We heard from Andre Lotterer also in the Audi that was 7th on the grid, that driving a much lower downforce car than you do for your normal day job takes a lot of adaptation, particularly in conditions like this.
And there in 47 to the outside line is Alessandro Pierguidi, who drew attention to himself a couple of years ago with his big spin at the first corner, but he's just put himself up ahead of Marc Bosseng there, former GT1 world champion, as Kevin Est has the road to himself as he powers his way now over the timing line. 3 laps are done, and the Von Ryan Racing McLaren that won at Silverstone, this car, don't forget, is comfortably in the lead. That, thus far, the perfect lap. Absolute best across all the sectors. Dare one suggest it's looking a bit drier on that part of the circuit?
It may be showing indications of the difference between the bit of track that's been used by the cars and the on-used bits. That's where you'd expect to see any drying come. I think there's still quite a long way to go before we get anywhere near, as the Acos BMW slips up the inside of its sister car, the Mercedes. That's the car driven by Stef Dusseldorp, trying to get into the 2 Mercedes, the 2 Black Vulcan cars, trying to find a way around the Acos BMW.
Alexander Sims for Ecurie Acos. You've got one of the Black Falcon Mercedes and the Rover Racing car there, 99, which is Nico Bastian at the wheel. And the Black Falcon car, as they turn downhill, is your old mate Bert Schneider.
Another star in 24 hours, in any condition, anywhere in the world.
No more needs to be said. He is a star, we know that. And here's the battle raging on lower down the order, where Lucas Luhr has got Mies behind him. Up to 3rd goes Rast into Lecon. René Rast has done it again. He's got himself past Frank Stippler. Now this time, can he hang on to it?
This time he will hang on to it, because he's now clearly a car length and a bit ahead. Frank Stippler again sticks the Audi right in the middle of the racetrack. But René Rast has got the track position, and he can take the normal racing line without fear of Frank Stippler sticking the Audi down the inside on what would have been an impossible overtaking manoeuvre.
So downhill they go towards Pouin. Now these cars lapping in the 242s, the McLarens 239s, 240s. So at the moment the Von Ryan cars are getting away, but of course it's all about being there this time tomorrow.
Well, what we are 10 minutes into this race, and we've got 23 hours and 50-odd minutes remaining, and an awful lot can happen. And in spite of Von Ryan Racing, the 2 lead cars are run by Von Ryan Racing, the 2 McLaren MP4s, the 650S model. One of their guests this weekend is another famous ex-McLaren member, Steve Hallam.
Oh, right.
He's here. He's been everywhere in the last 10 years, but he's here this weekend. Spa 24. I wonder if he's got some thoughts about a future in GT3 racing.
It'd be good to see him, wouldn't it? Having had a spell in V8 supercars of late, as well as in American racing. Now, how about this battle? Lucas Law is under attack from Mike Parisi. This is for 9th place. And the Mark VDS BMW holding up the red Bentley, which goes to the inside line, heading into L'École, and through it goes. Mike Parisi makes the move, and have a look behind as well, because you've got the Mercedes hunting them down. So Lucas Law, having lost 1 place, could lose more.
I just wonder, we saw Lucas Law make that pass on the Bentley, then out braking himself. I just wonder, is there a problem that Lucas Law has got, because he's actually going backwards rather than maintaining position? He just lost 2 positions in 1 lap.
That pass early on was Martin in the sister car, but you're right, Law is dropping places hand over fist now, because up past him has just gone the Black Falcon Mercedes, which is Ben Schneider. So Schneider has not only got up into 2nd in Pro-Am on this lap, he's gained a place overall in addition. Alexander Sims comes under attack with Nico Bastian in the Rover Mercedes right there behind the Rover Oils car, over the timing line. But yeah, there's something a bit odd about the way that Law is falling away here.
Yes, and he's under attack now from, there we see the pass attempted, and again, Lucas Law holding the middle round, coming into the source. But Alexander Sims is probably going to be perfectly positioned on the run down into Eau Rouge. I don't think it'll be an overtake into the Eau Rouge sequence, but certainly up the Kemmel Straight could be positioned ideally to make a move up to Lake Combe.
Now, a warning flag has been given to Jean-Carl Vernet for driving standards, which is interesting. Already, he was one of the drivers involved with 75, wasn't he? We saw his Audi just touch Frédéric Verviche early on in the race, but a warning flag to JK, Jean-Carl Vernet, for driving standards. There is Maxime Martin.
Yes, and he is beginning to make a little bit of progress. So currently, Maxime Martin is in
6th spot. Mike Parisi is under attack from Ben Schneider. If you see a luminous number on the windscreen, it's the Lumirank to tell you where they are in class, not an overall position, but their class position, so you can quickly see where people are. So there is Jean-Carl Vernet, and he's 14th in the Pro Cup at the moment. That's what the number tells you.
Of course, class sometimes has unfortunate connotations. It's category, really, isn't it?
You've got the Pro Cup, you've got Pro-Am, and the AM, what used to be the Gentleman Trophy, but is now known as the AM Club, or the AM category. 23, let me do it, he's Alex Buncombe. You're riding on board with him as they go down towards Bruxelles. 29, Mercedes, just ahead there, you can see, is Adam Christodoulou. He's a regular Spa 24-hour competitor. But come on, John, explain to me, how can a Nissan be so good at Paul Ricard, and yet it's in the body of the field in the next round of the championship?
I'll have to whisper it to our audience. BOP!
The dreaded balance performance. It's far from easy to get everybody on parity. And the first casualty is in the gravel. Look, it's 52 Ferrari, and it's Tony Villander. Now, Tony is a real hero. He doesn't do things like this.
Well, was that that's up already? No, it's not. It's done at Bruxelles.
Bruxelles, yeah.
Now, either he outbraked himself or he had an assist. Because, let's have a look and see what is going to happen. Oh, that looks... Well, was that an assist or not? We only caught the tail end of it. But he went off at high speed. And I wouldn't have expected Tony Villander to make a schoolboy error of that level, and he's going to have trouble getting the car out. He will need a tow vehicle to pull it, and already another car 12. What are they thinking about making a pit stop? That would be the TDS Racing BMW.
Well, that's the AF Corsa team as well, and they're ready for this car, aren't they? When it comes back in, they're going to want to de-gravel it, but the danger is here that Villander loses a lap while the car is somehow pulled out of the gravel. And could this be a full course yellow, with the marshals having to work trackside to get that out of the way? So we could be here heading to our first suspension. Let's keep an eye to what the flags tell us.
I think they're going to have to use a snatch vehicle to get the BMW out, so that will maybe allow the marshals to get to safety behind the barriers. But there will certainly be waved double yellow flags. And as we know, that means you must be prepared to slow down from racing speed, or even be prepared to stop.
Absolutely right.
And how many drivers pay attention to it?
Negligible number.
None.
Exactly so. There's Michael Meadows at the inside of Marc Basseng, and he's gone by. Still waiting for any more news about this yellow flag situation. But the race director will be keeping an eye to it. Of course, that full course yellow means that people have to slow down immediately to 80 kilometres an hour. And it's something that can be used here, of course. This being the length of lap that it is, you have 2 safety cars. So safety cars can really work against you if you get caught in the wrong stack. And how are we doing over at Bruxelles? The leaders have gone through that part of the circuit, haven't they? So there you've got Kevin Estre, race leader for Davy Ryan's team.
Yeah, and it's a very comfortable 8.3 second advantage. And Kevin Estre,
Chris Goodwin.
Yeah, Chris Goodwin, who's Mr. McLaren, actually, yes. Or as he likes us to think he is. But Chris, of course, a racing driver in his own right in historic racing, and very much incremental in the whole development process of the family of MP412Cs and 650Ss and 675LMs and 575s, and I mean, every day there's a new version of the same product coming out.
And Chris drove for Von Ryan in this race a few years ago with Bruno Senna, who he looks after. There's the flashing yellow light, yellow flag still being waved down at Bruxelles, but the race continuing unaffected. There's 63. Now that car, remember, is working its way up from the back of the grid.
It's the 39th place.
Yeah, last on the grid, Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel, and 39th. That's good progress.
It is, I think in really demanding conditions, to make that progress from literally the tail of the field, 58th or something on the grid, to get up to 39th in the space of, what, 15 minutes, is good professional driving.
Yeah, Mirko Bortolotti, we've seen have great success in single-seaters, but coming into GT racing last year with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, as there, look, round the outside, Dirk Müller tries to pick up a place off Marco Seefried, and he's done it. The white 888 BMW goes ahead of the green Ferrari.
Yeah, but this green Ferrari, we saw, again, Paul Ricard, really strong car until it got damaged in the middle of the race. But, I mean, that's a car that's been quick in sprint and in Enduro, way down the field in qualifying.
Now 52, Tony Villander is back on track, but the car will have lost a lap now, of course.
Yeah, it's
afford to do that in this race.
You can, but okay, it's a lap down. It's going to be a long race, and that lap, they may never claw it back on the leaders, but they can certainly claw it back on many of the cars that have overtaken them. But it does put you on the back foot in terms of the pace that this race is currently being run at. We're seeing laps, the best lap already from Kevin Estra, 2:38.4, and that's probably at best part of 0.8 of a second better than the best of the first of the Audis. That's René Rast.
So Kevin Estra leads, Alvaro Parente is second, René Rast is third, Frank Schnippler is fourth, fifth heading Pro-Am is Andrea Piccini, sixth is Maxime Martin, in seventh place Maxime Soulet, in eighth place it's Marcel Fassler, ninth is Christopher Mies, and 10th is Bert Schneider. That is just a snapshot of what we have as the leading order at the moment, but of course there are still so many battles to be played out over the course of this race, and Tony Villander, with that incident up at Bruxelles, back into the race. He's now dropped into 57th place behind Olivier Pla with that Nissan that was troubled at the start.
Just looking at time and scoring out of purple in that first sector, and who's done it?
Bert Schneider.
It's my mate Bernd. Is he the oldest man in the race?
He's not far off, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what, he might as well be. Still got it.
Young at heart, eh?
Still got it.
There's Alex Buncombe in the Nissan, 23 then. Alex starting. This is a race his father took part in many times in the 70s and 80s, and Ford Capris and the like, when it was a touring car race, because of course for many years Spa 24 Hours was around in the European Touring Car Championship. We're on board with Alex Buncombe. John, talk us round.
There's Alex coming through the corner with no name, or press corner, down the hill towards Buchel. In fact, Nissan, they did get a BOP adjustment on the turbo booster, and it was so much, in fact, that there was a bit of a relent, and they were given back 10% of what they had been taken away. So they're slightly better off as Tony Villander comes into the pits, and refueling hose goes in. So they're going to go through the whole process. They're going to jack the car up. There's only two people allowed to work in the car at one time. So the air jack goes in. They're jacking up the front. Is there damage? I don't think there is any damage. It's just probably a load of gravel has gotten into the air intakes, probably got into the wheels and discs. So they're going to spin the car around, push it back into the garage so more than two can work on this car, and of course further laps will be lost as a consequence.
Indeed so. More people can work on the car, but effectively this is going to be out of contention really for Pro-Am honours unless other cars in the class have their own dramas. So big frustration here.
I just wonder, the way they're diving in, was there a brake problem? Was that what caused the car to suddenly spin? And it looked like it was not a driver problem. So maybe it's a brake problem. They're diving into the master cylinders, checking around the front of the car, because if that had been a front brake problem, it locks up the rear brakes and then the car spins, and that may well be an explanation. I'm sure our man OJ Borg will be rushing up the pit lane to the garage to get us a more clear indication as to what the problem is.
But what we do know is that car is falling down and down and down and down the order now. So it's already 2 laps adrift. So big problems for AF Corsa, and that of course is one of the well-fancied cars in the class. It's 46 there, you can see Lucas Lohr fighting for contraction heading up the hill. He's down now in 14th place, Lucas Lohr, so there's something up there, isn't there, with the second of the VDS BMWs. Bert Schneider's hard at work, 10th overall, second in class.
And, you know, I hate to say it, but I do really, I'm delighted, is that I think the rain has actually effectively stopped. And you could see just as the cars were coming down Kemmel Straight, that visibility is picking. We could see just in that screen shot that the cloud base appears to be beginning to lift, momentarily that is, as we see this battle between Guy Smith. Gets the Bentley up inside on Lucas Lohr, and is there a little bit? No, keeps contact at bay, but again down into the corner with no name. Guy Smith all over the back of the BMW down the hill now, absolutely flat out up to 6th gear. Looks down the inside, but Lucas Lohr, probably one of the canniest race drivers that we will see in a GT3 car anywhere, let alone here at Spa, and does what he needs to do to ensure that Guy Smith cannot commit to going down the inside, because if he did do, it would mean there would be contact in both cars. Again, takes the long way around looking for grip. Indications to me that that's the track improving, because you don't want to be on the racing line in that period between full wet and getting to dry. Guy Smith down the inside into Campos, and has he got it done? I think he's got it done this time. So Lucas Lohr left the door open just that little bit too much, and now the Bentley's through.
So the former FIA GT1 world champion loses another spot, then drops down a place, and there, big damage to the Ferrari, and that is the car that is started by Gilles Duquesne. And this is not going to be the work of a moment to sort out, not only because of the damage, but Gilles, who is a disabled driver, wheelchair user after a big Formula 3 accident, left him paraplegic many years ago. The medical car is on standby. Let's try and piece it together, because coming up towards Les Combes, the Ferrari...
Oh, it just suddenly turned sharp right, and again, big heavy impact, and that car is all over and done with. There's heavy damage to the front. It'll be potentially suspension, if not chassis damage. The front chassis legs, the car looks like it's got a twist in it already.
Yeah.
So the safety car is going to be deployed, or again, will it just be a localized yellow? The car is sufficiently far off track that it may not be necessary to through the safety car. I think there's probably be a reluctance to do so, but everybody certainly looks like they've slowed down.
But given Gilles' situation, which is of course that he needs his wheelchair, then I would imagine that this is going to be a rather more complicated clear-up operation than normal. And a safety car board I'm seeing in the background there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they needed the safety car because it's the circuit, apart from the driver who needs assistance, it's the circuit that will need to be brushed clean.
Yeah.
There's a lot of grass and earth on the racetrack, but more to the point, there will be a lot of carbon fibre and carbon fibre shards, which are absolutely the last thing a racing driver wants with a set of wet weather or slick tires. You can see some of the drivers are even clipping bits of that carbon fibre. There's one bit of, and there we see the medical assist vehicle has now arrived at the Ferrari to assist the driver as we go back to Tony Villander's car, and it is work on those front brakes in the Ferrari. And my best shot is, and I'm sure OJ is rushing up there as we indicated earlier, to find out what the cause of that incident was. It will be a front brake problem.
So, safety car on track. Interesting that, because the race director initially had in his mind, when I spoke to him earlier on in the week, to deploy early the virtual safety car, the full course yellow, but an incident of this severity and complication needs rather special measures. Now, this is a replay of earlier battles where Guy Smith went up the inside of Lucas Lohr, and the two of them running together. This was what we saw from on board, and from outside, a great Guy Smith pass, that the Le Mans winner, former Le Mans winner, up the inside.
Yeah, I mean, Guy and Lucas Lohr, they raced against each other in North America, they've raced against each other all over the world, and two professional drivers gave each other working room. That's all you can ask for. It's when some numpty decides to close the door when a car is literally alongside. Sorry, mate, I thought I had the corner, you know. Give me patience.
Also on the numptyometer, I'm pretty sure when we looked at that AF Corsa pit stop, somebody managed to clobber the fuel tank against the rear wing, so that might need sorting out as well. However, here comes the field, and you will have spotted that the safety car has not picked up the leader. What it has done is pick up the third and fourth place cars. Fourth and fifth place cars, I should tell you, Stifler and Piccini.
Will the safety car then wave through the remainder of the field until it does pick up the first and second place cars? That would be my logical assumption.
We've got two safety cars round Spa, so we need to see who's behind the other one.
Are both safety cars activated?
Yes.
In that case, then we go back to plan A.
Yeah, you've got the two waves. One comes from the F1 pit exit, the other safety car joins in at the pith path. And so there is the field turning its way, or the first 3 cars turning their way through Les Combes.
Yeah, I mean, and actually they're not that far behind one of the lead safety car, or the safety car that is picked up on 4th place position, Frank Stippler.
Neither safety car has got the leaders, but we'll worry about this in a moment, because for the race director it's going to take a little bit of sorting out, so that will happen. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear about Matters McLaren, because Chris Goodwin has found OJ, and we can catch up with him right now.
So Chris, 1 and 2, job done.
Well, if it was the Spa 24 minutes, we'd have won that one, but we've unfortunately got a lot further to go.
But you are 1 and 2. It's this moment where you look at it and you think, this could be an easy race if everything planned out. Do you have the reliability?
Look, this has never been an easy race. This was one of the first races we chose to do a few years ago with the original 12C GT3, just because it's as tough as it is. Through that programme and now into the 650S GT3 programme, we've learned a huge amount. This race is always the target in terms of how to build reliability into a car. And so far this year, our cars have been great. They've been winning all over the world, in Asia, in North America, throughout Europe. But this is the one that is a real car killer. So we've started well, but we'll see how it goes.
You drove a car to pole here. Do you miss it?
I love racing here. You know, yeah. Pole position was our first ever GT3 race with the original 12C, and that was great to do. But this is where the competition is. This is one of the toughest races in the world right now. I think even more so than Le Mans, where you have a big grid but multi-classes. Here, everyone's in the same category. All the manufacturer teams are here. So we missed pole by less than 1/10 of a second yesterday, which was a shame. But to be leading now is good. It's a good start. But really, this is where the team that we've put together, the Von Ryan team, has done a fantastic job all year long. We've got great support from a bunch of very loyal, enthusiastic sponsors, many of whom are involved with our car business, who are owners of our road cars. So we're developing quite a passionate, close-knit family that is going racing. This is the hard part now. The guys are out in the car. They're doing a brilliant job. Kevin and Alvaro are fantastic in these conditions. We've got a world-class driver line up. Let's see if we can keep the car in one piece, avoid trouble. You know, you've got to have a lot of luck in this race. Let's see if we're lucky today.
Who do you think are going to be your biggest rivals over the next 23.5 hours?
Well, anybody that Alvaro and Kevin can see in their mirrors right now. So, you know, every manufacturer has a good car, at least one. So you could take your pick from anyone currently in the top 20, I would say, could win this race. But certainly, at the moment, they've got to overtake us.
For mortals like myself, what is it like to drive here at Spa?
It's wonderful. I love it, actually. I've just been testing one of our new road car programs in Spain. I've flown in today. It was 35 degrees and sunny there, by the way. And I've come here, and this is what it's all about. You know, normally when I've done this race, it's normally in the middle of the night when it's dark that we have the rain. And that's part of the charm, is not the right word, but it's part of the challenge of this race. It's just wonderful. Such high speed. It's a very, very difficult place to deal with in the changeable conditions. These are fast GT cars. So it really is a much harder edged challenge, I believe, than the 24-hour race in Le Mans, for instance. So yeah, if you like a hard time and a big challenge, this is the place to be in a GT3 car.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Always good to hear from Chris Goodwin, and there is Tony Villander's Ferrari set to rejoin the race, but that car now is 5 laps down.
Yes, and of course the car now has to wait at the bottom of the pit lane until the safety car line goes through. Oh, here's it coming down the hill. Sorry, you're going to have to wait another, a minute before this line of cars finally clears. And if you're lucky, there'll be a gap before we get the second of the safety cars. It's always a frustration when a safety car line is imminent. Do you release the cars at the bottom of the pit lane? They could have released them, in my view, but for some reason it was decided, no, you're going to wait until the safety car line goes through. Part of the, organisational concerns that by releasing cars it could be seen to be possibly dangerous. I think that's the poor decision. Yeah. They're sitting there and, well, might as well turn the engine off because these cars have another 30 seconds to go before they get past.
So the yellow flag's waving around the circuit. Safety car is deployed. And just to go back to Gilles Duquesne, he was a very quick French Formula 3 racer in the 1970s, had a very big accident that caused him to lose the use of his legs, but he has come back into racing in the very first year of the FIA GT3 European Championship in a specially adapted Chrysler Viper, and since then he's had specially adapted GT cars. It's good to have him in the Blancpain Endurance Series, but it's a real shame that he's had that accident, and you can understand why it's a lengthier recovery operation just to make sure that in his condition he is looked after properly. Away from the pit lane goes Frank Schmickler in the Porsche, the Attempto racing car, and behind is Tony Villander. So they are released now. Of course, it's a very long pit lane. We talked about the fact you add the endurance and the F1 pits together, but then pit out takes you all the way up Radion, and you only join really coming onto the Camel Straight.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to one of the drivers this morning, and they said if you do get a simple drive-through penalty, bearing in mind you've got to drive at the speed limit in the pit lane, which is 50 kilometers per hour, it's the equivalent to 70 seconds time lost. So the best part of a third, just over a third of a lap.
And of course, if you were to pit under a safety car, you lose about half a lap. If you pit under a full course yellow, you only lose about a quarter of a lap, given the speed that people are able to do and how the field forms up. And it's all to do with the safety cars. Now, this is the Kaspersky-backed Ferrari that's just recently made a pit stop. We did see that whilst we were getting ready to hear from Chris Goodwin, and this is Riccardo Ragazzi, who has taken the car over. It's a car that runs in the AM Trophy. Rui Aguas, the experienced Portuguese driver, started it. Gary Kondakov, whose name you'll see there, he is the Chief Business Operating Officer of Kaspersky, and he is part of the driving force, of course, and it's good to have that car in the championship and in the race.
Indeed, and of course having these on boards gives us an insight into, as a different angle from some of the other inboards. You get to see all the inputs from the driver. Of course, it's all pedal shifts on the back of the steering wheel. Pretty much everything now controlled via the onboard computer, worked through the steering wheel, and the driver, 2 pedals, a brake and a throttle. Half these drivers today don't even know what a stick shift is.
Or a steering wheel, because they're not really wheels anymore, they're just control panel.
Yeah,
control
it is effectively it is a massive control panel. So still waiting for the clearing of this car up at the entrance to Les Coombes. I'm still waiting to see how much of the detritus that was, well, they've pretty much got that cleared up. That was the consequence of the impact, the grass and the turfs. I nearly always get that wrong, along with carbon fibre. So that looks like that has been successfully cleared away. It's now just waiting. The damage to the barrier may be something also. The barrier you could see that when the car struck the barrier, there was quite a bit of deflection, but it seems to have sprung back almost to its original shape, but it still has to be inspected to see if any of the barrier mounts, the supports for the barrier, have been damaged, which of course would mean that they would have to be replaced.
Yeah.
I mean, an incident like that looks a fairly straightforward incident in itself, but it's the consequences and the secondary damage that can actually take a longer time to rectify than simply just clearing the car.
Now, the cars that have really lost out here are anything forth and back. Frank Stippler is now well over a minute away from René Rast in 3rd place, because the top 3 have been almost given a free ride here, haven't they? Because they've been able to join the back of the other queue of cars, and so the top 3 have suddenly gained an enormous advantage. So you can imagine some very grumpy teams right now.
Oh, you can see, I mean, Pierre Dieudonné in the WRT Audi team looking at the computer. They've got 1 car, René Rast, in that lead group of 3 behind 1 safety car, and Frank Stippler in the 4th place Audi, leading that group of the remainder of the field. So, as you pointed out, David, a substantial amount of time between 3rd and 4th place. The good news is for the top 3 cars is when this race gets back to green flag running, those 3 cars will have virtually clear track for, let's say, 5 or 6 laps, until they then start to close down on the tail of the field, which would comprise the remaining, 54 or so cars that are now remaining in the race.
So there is Frank Stippler in 4th place, going through Les Coombes, and the race leaders are going to be pretty much at the back of that gaggle, I think, by now. They'll have caught right up to it. It's still taking some time to get that Ferrari moved away. A quick look at the classes. Pro is where you find overall Kevin Est leading Alvaro Parent, leading René Rast. Pro-Am, Andrea Piccini, Ferrari, leads Ben Schneider. Mercedes leads Alexander Sims, BMW. And then in the AM class, as there Adam Christodoulou's car is about to rejoin after a pit stop in the AMs at the moment. It is a class being headed by 24, which is Benny Simonson for Stuart Parker's team, Team Parker Racing. Second in that category is Paul-Luc Chatin in the Delahaye Racing Team Porsche. And third is Marc Guillot in the Sport Garage Ferrari.
And there you see, in fact, effectively the lead cars have now caught up to the tail of this long chain of cars that were being led by the second safety car. As they drop down the hill, coming out of a corner with no name down into Poho.
Let's catch up with Jan Bellamy, who is the team manager for the Duquesne Racing Team. We need to make sure that Gilles is okay and find out more about the incident, and OJ is on the spot.
Jan, first question, how was your driver?
My driver Gilles is okay, and unfortunately he broken the car on the turn 5, but the most important is for him it's all is okay. He come back with safety. The race is finished for us, but hope we come back to last year for do better.
How did it happen?
I think just a little mistake on the brake at the turn 5, and he lose the rear of the car, and he hits the barrel.
Is it repairable?
No, for me it's impossible because we broken all the front of the car and the both radiator, and I think it's impossible to come back because the car is on the truck, and it's impossible to repair.
So there's no chance you'll give it a go and see if you can get it back out maybe for the last few hours?
Yeah, the problem is if the car come back here, perhaps it's possible to repair, but the problem is now is they go directly to Parc Fermé, and for us it's finished.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, bye-bye.
So all that effort, all that preparation, and you're done within an hour?
Well, you're not even within the hour. I mean, it is obviously for a team that they work tirelessly, really getting here, probably in some cases on Sunday, Monday, and they all work towards achieving a 24-hour finish, and if there's success, a podium in the respective classes, then all to the good. And really, how disappointing it is for the team and the driver to go out so early, but it looked like a little bit of rear brake locking, which caused the back end of the car to lock up, and then the car turned more or less sharp right. And it was a heavy impact.
Yes.
I mean, that will leave burn marks from the seat belts. You'll get a bit like getting carpet burns, David. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of thing you get with the seat belts when you have a big impact, and you will find there will be marks on your shoulders and maybe in your groin area because the crutch straps are there to stop you going down into the foot box of the car.
So the safety car is going to be in this lap. We are set, ready to go back racing here in the total 24 hours of Spa. And as you've heard, we have lost one car already then. So sad to say, Gilles Duquesne and his team out of the race. That car, as the sun is starting to break through. I said it was going to arrive about 5 o'clock. It's 10 past nearly, and so the sun is shining through. Safety car in this lap. Just to finish off about Gilles Duquesne, it was the car shared by Bernard Delahaye, Eric Clement and Romain Brandella, and it is now out of the race, sad to say. Quite a few others have elected to make a pit stop under the safety car like this, but we are set to go racing, and you can see there the leading group coming down towards La Source, but Est, Parent and Rast really have been given an early Christmas present out of all of this. The lead they're going to build up is going to be a colossal one.
Well, that's the luck of the safety car deployment, and sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. There is the lead car and the second place and third place cars, and they are somehow or other they managed to catch up to the tail of, so the pace that they were running at and the pace of the safety car. How did this all, I don't quite understand how when they were running in clear air behind one safety car, how come they're suddenly behind?
Because they were able to keep going until they caught up to a queue of cars, and eventually they had to slow down accordingly. So the first safety car missed them, the second safety car caught the back of the field, and they were able to catch up with that. So it's given them basically a free ride for half a lap. But look, because here, as the field turns its way down towards Eau Rouge, now the safety car boards are still there. Yes, it's in this lap, isn't it?
Well, of course, one safety car's got to come in at the bottom end of the track, the other comes in at the pit lane.
Yeah. So it depends which safety car you're behind. Here's the other one. Well, here is the safety car, rather. That's concerning the leading gaggle coming up towards Le Con. Now, is this safety car 1 or safety car 2? If this is safety car 2, then it's got to go all the way around to Piff Paff. Where's the other safety car on track at the moment? That should be, if one safety car is up at turn 4, the other should be at turn 14.
Well, here it is, just coming out of just at the bottom of the circuit. So they're more or less going to coincide with the point when they both will come off the racetrack. So these cars are not going to get released while the lead group, which is 4th and 5th in this line, are still under the safety car. So basically they've tried to orchestrate that both safety cars pit at the same time in their respective locations.
Indeed so. The race director has a little chart that we have up here which tells you where each safety car should be, and it is actually working out right, but now we're being told the safety car is doing one more lap. So in this time, yes, I was expecting it to come in last time, as we've been told it is doing one more lap. So get ready, because we will go racing, but the lights are still on top of the safety car, look.
Indeed, and we go on to lap, this will be coming on to lap 14.
14 for the leaders. This wave of cars, though, first of all, is about to start lap 14. So this shows you where everybody is. So there, look, in 4th place is Frank Stippler. 5th is Piccini, 6th is Maxime Martin. So these are the people that arguably have been dealt a bad hand out of that safety car. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against. But at the moment, as you see how things are in the Pro Cup, McLaren, Audi, the top 3, this group of cars certainly feel that it's been compromised. Now, it's almost time to get your sunglasses on the Spa, I tell you, because suddenly this bright yellow thing has appeared in the sky.
It has indeed, and we've still got a saturated track. But once the sun of it can come out and stay out unbroken, having said that, on either side of it, there are still substantial clouds.
Now, of course, the Audi team will have a thought about this. One of Vincent Voss's cars has benefited, one has lost out under the safety car. What are Vincent's thoughts? Let's head to the pit lane, because OJ has found him.
Vincent, one car's won during the safety car period, one car has lost. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, that's the race. I mean, we cannot do anything about this. It is like it is, and well, as you say, 3 of our cars lost some time, and 1 has gained. Well, that's the game.
As a team manager, how do you stay calm at periods like this?
Well, it's quite difficult to stay calm, but yeah, no, the race has started, and we just do what we know, and we will do our best to stay at the front.
I'll leave you sat down, thank you.
We go racing, thanks OJ. Down towards the hairpin at La Source comes the back-marking gaggle and the race leaders, who of course now find themselves right in traffic. We haven't really touched yet on the fact that Lapri is going to be a key part of the race, but John, it starts right now.
It is indeed, and I think the man that really is going to be right on the case is the 3rd place René Rast in the Audi, as he is seen trying to get himself into position. He's got a Ferrari between himself and 2nd place Alvaro Parentas. Kevin Estre is really struggling, having to battle to find clear areas, allowing his teammate Alvaro Parent to get the run up through Edion and maybe get onto the tail of the lead McLaren as they come up into Licum, as we go back to where are the leaders? They're not here yet, are they? There they are. That's the leader.
And there, running wide, is Kevin Estre. Alvaro Parent tries to make a move for the race lead. Estre is trying to get through traffic. He's trying to keep his teammate at bay, and a tiny, tiny error there. But you can see how much time that 2nd group of cars has lost. The top 3 have just vanished up the road now.
And again, look, René Rast, he's just doing the same thing that the lead 2 cars, having to try and get through this traffic as quickly and as efficiently as possible as they trip over each other, either trying to make positions or get out of the way. And the Ferrari also looks to take advantage, but it is this lead group 3rd. There is indeed McLaren, the orange McLaren, the white McLaren, the red Audi, 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
So down towards Paul they come. We need to see in a moment, when Frank Stippler gets to the timing line, how much time he's lost against René Rast. Bearing in mind they were squabbling together. Here they come, look, over the line, but it's almost a lap, isn't it? It's the best part of a lap, 3/4 or so, I would say, as Stippler comes through. And as he goes through, we don't even get a gap. It is over a minute. So the timing screen doesn't tell you the gap if it's more than a minute. It's just a minute plus. And there, as coming down towards L'École, is the leading group. It's about 3/4 of a lap that 4th and back have lost against the leaders.
Again, the back markers, everybody being very cautious indeed to make sure that
They are clear when they want to make a move. Alvaro Parent was looking to get upside the 30 BMW. Coming into the curve, Paul Frere didn't commit to it because he wasn't sure. The BMW knew he was there.
So down towards the end of lap 15 they come.
And René Rast, yeah, he's got the run.
Absolutely.
Alvaro Parent, being slightly cautious, has given René Rast the opportunity to come up the outside and takes the position.
Good clean pass. Is he going to get through the bus stop? Okay, Parent fights back, but it's a genuine battle for position, and it's gone up into second place for Audi. René Rast has done it now. He's gone through ahead of Parent.
Well, that all started all the way down to the bottom of the circuit when Alvaro Parent was very cautious about getting past the number 30 BMW. See that's the BMW there. Now it's René Rast's turn to try and find a way around the Munich machine. And Alvaro Parent paid the price for being slow onto the bottom of the climb up through Blancpain into the bus stop chicane and lost his second place.
So now we'll see what the Audi can do about Kevin Est, because the gap Kevin Est to René Rast is 1.9 seconds. What can he do about bringing it down? He's on a mission.
And Alvaro Parent still hasn't found a way around the BMW. Going to get it done now in the climb, but it's effectively the best part of 3/4 of a lap. And he's lost second position as a consequence of not getting through at the point he wanted to.
First sector, Est quicker than Rast, but of course there's traffic that they had to think about as Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich looks on from the Audi pit box. And as we made the point, one of the Audis won on that safety car, the other one lost out.
Wouldn't those eyes pierce plate steel at 100 metres?
Yes. Argue with him at your peril. There is Rast. He's now got to get through the traffic because just ahead of him is Jean-Philippe Belloc, former winner of the event. And Jean-Philippe should get out of the way. And there's another big accident at the top of the car. It's the Butson-Gignon car. I think that's Karim Auger who's gone off, and there's bits and debris all over the road. This is going to be a long one.
This is going to be another safety car. At least that's a big impact. At the same point as the Ferrari went in about half an hour ago now, and that again, virtually an identical part of the racetrack, but probably with even more of the car on the racetrack. Certainly let's watch again and see. Well, that's the tail end of it.
Yeah.
Right front wheel ripped away, and the right rear as well, but it's the right front that's been ripped off with the suspension, the bodywork. So 3 corners, well, 2 corners pointing in the wrong directions, 1 corner 100 metres away. The driver gets out and walks away. But what caused that one? Well, it seems that under braking, slightly uphill, is catching out unexpectedly so. Drivers on a part of the racetrack where really braking isn't a big issue, but there is severe damage, and that will have to be repaired. They cannot leave that barrier in that condition.
So who's going to gain this time on the safety car? Because straight away in has come the Audi there, look, which is running 9th in the Pro Cup. So that's Christopher Mies that's come in. That's the Phoenix car. Ernst Moser's team, very successful in this event, but also in the DTM and the Nordschleife 24-hour race as well. So straight away we go safety car because of the severity of the incident.
Well, I thought we were having a very well-behaved race. Everybody did extremely well in the opening laps. And then, well, there you see the BMW. That is off the racetrack. That's the runoff, in effect, from the entry into Lake Coombe. So again, safety car deployed now. Has Kevin Estre or others. There's the car that was causing the difficulty for Alvaro Parent. It's now making its way into the pits.
It's happened again. The safety car has picked up Frank Stippler again. So this group of cars is compromised for the second time.
And everybody needs to stay way onto the left side of the racetrack as they make their way single file into the first part of the Lake Coombe complex. This is the highest part of the 7-kilometre, 19-turn Spa-Francorchamps, the short track, as opposed to the original big boys track.
Rast in the pits. So Team WRT electing to bring it in early.
Was there a driver change? We didn't get to see if there's a driver change or not. Did René Rast stay behind the wheel?
Check in a moment when the car leaves the pit lane, but now, of course, this is where the teams start to earn their money on strategy.
Well, the pit stop from well, there's a problem because they're all being held up.
Yeah, but also Kevin Est, look, he's in, so the race leader as was is in. There is Karim Auger, who is okay, thankfully. Karim, after a big impact, but very, very cross, his race is done.
I tell you what, poor Karim, and I hate to mention it, I mean, he got slightly agitated about comments about his accident here last year at the top of Radio, and he's involved in another heavy accident here up at Lake Coombe, and I have to try and understand why this is happening.
Out comes the recovery vehicle, and that now gets in the way of the cars, and you can't cross that white line. So there's another delay for the drivers there because they had to queue behind the truck, but they get away now. So this is going to affect the order as well as affect the gap, but it's going to be a lengthy clear-up. John has made the point that the barrier needs repairing as well as the grass needs to be swept off the circuit. And there, look, Kevin Est is being held, and so is René Rast until the next wave of cars has come through. So they gained on the first safety car, they're losing out now.
Yeah, and they also thought they would do the smart deal. Let's get into the pits and try and do our pit stop, driver change, or certainly tyre change, refueling and get out before we get trapped. But what's happened is they're now going to lose the advantage that they had under that first safety car deployment, and it'll all come back to being sort of a pretty much level playing field, I'm assuming, because they're going to sit there until the safety car comes past, and that's going to be another minute probably.
Yeah, they're going to lose half a lap at least, aren't they? The marshals are already trying to get the grass and the mud and the soil and the dirt and the debris and the fragments of bodywork off the road. Here is the next wave of cars. Now, who's going to pit out of all of this? We'll give you the race order when we've had the next lap completed by both waves behind the safety car. But this is the second group. Frank Stippler, ahead of Maxime Martin, and Stippler pits and Piccini pits, and who else pits out of that little group? None thus far. Yes, one of the BMWs goes in. Is that Alexander Sims for a Kiri?
Yes, the 18 Mercedes likewise. This is just going to end up with a totally revised race order, and it'll be probably some little time before the circuit is clear for racing to continue. Not only are they going to have to clear off, you can see how much earth and grass, but also bits of the BMW. But it's that barrier, in my view, that will have to be replaced, and it may not be just the barrier, it may be the barrier support as well, so that will take no inconsiderable amount of time. It's frustrating, it needs to be done.
So the pit stop cycle through, and still they have to wait until this wave has gone by. In answer to a question that's been posed on Twitter, is it raining? I think for the moment it's actually, whisper it, stopped. It'll probably come back and rain in a minute, but for the moment we look as though we're dry-ish. Pro-Am Cup standings currently on screen for you. Just to go back to an earlier point, we talked about Lucas Law losing time earlier on. What little we've been able to glean out of the team says they don't think it's a problem, just being ultra cautious in the conditions early on. Believe that if you will.
Well, I agree, and I think when the team says, oh, we're being ultra cautious, as we see now, the former race leader, and we don't know where he is in the order, that'll take about another half an hour to work its way through. There we see one of the vehicles that is going to be used to, and as the other cars, are they allowed to, well, Kevin has sort of eased his way in between, just ahead of the sister car of Alvaro Perez. So is this actually, we're looking at, can't still be the race leader, surely?
He's not. He's virtually a lap down. Perez will take over the race lead, and Kevin Est will have lost a lap effectively to his teammate on that. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be driving Kevin Est's car, because I can assure you my mood would be black.
Yes. Yes, I agree. And I'll tell you what I wouldn't want to be either, and that's the chief data engineer on one of these cars as well, and be chief engineer to have to work out when to pit, because it really is a minefield. There's the Écurie Cos BMW. That is Alexander Sims sitting ready to go. Behind him is the Nico Bastien Mercedes. And as they come up towards Les Combes, I will give you the race order next time, I promise you, but Alvaro Perez is the race leader in the white McLaren. There he is. You can see one is on the windscreen. Now, for the moment, Kevin Est is shown as two, but he won't be, because, of course, at the end of the next lap, so that will correct itself. So here's the release of the cars. Kevin Est sets off ahead of René Rast. They have both stayed behind the wheel, incidentally. So no driver change, but it was an opportunity to refuel.
Just make sure that nobody crossed the white line. That is the demarcation. Well, the BMW, I think, behind certainly did cross the white line. That demarcation line is a no-no. And now did Kevin Est, again, was he clear?
Just, I would say.
Just about, no.
Yeah.
It's
certainly Rast was.
No doubt that is being looked at. Because Kevin Est sort of bullied, hip and shouldered his way between the Porsche and the sister car. But now here we see this is the real work going to begin.
Also, Kevin had to do something to change direction, because otherwise he'd have got stuck behind the recovery vehicle heading up the hill. So the marshals are hard at work, but yes, this could be quite a lengthy period if that barrier has taken an almighty whack. The track sweeper is there, track workers are there, and you can see how much rubbish there is already by the side of the road.
And here again we're going to see these cars. I mean, they might as well have a dinner plate handed to them because they're not going to get to eat later in the day. So might as well just serve up dinner now and let them get over and done with.
Well, I'm afraid to say that Karim Auger's car's out of the race. That's 2 we've lost in the first hour of the race. But strangely, although they're at the same place, totally different types of accident from last year.
In what respect?
In that you're not having quite the same ferocity of them. They're not involving lots of other cars. They're independent. There is an isolated corner.
I think the Karim Auger's incident last year was at the top of Radion, which is a really, probably the most difficult part of the racetrack. Whereas this one, while it's a straightforward brake in a straight line, off the brakes, turn in, whatever gear you want, and I'm assuming that on the downshift, maybe on the downshift, it locked the rear tires. It is so easy, depending on how aggressive or otherwise you have set the computer that controls the engine performance. You can have it set that it's very soft or very aggressive. Anyway, it caught out Karim Auger and launched the BMW heavily into the barriers, more so than the Ferrari. That was the first cause of a safety car deployment.
Have they finished dinner in the pit lane yet, do you think? Because they're almost ready to go, hopefully. And there, look, side by side almost in the pit lane. Now, what are we waiting for here yet? Are the stragglers still to come through? Yes. See, this is the other problem. When there's a line of cars, you've got to wait for the stragglers to come by.
I'm pointing at an almost shadow of a drying line.
Yeah.
Now, assuming that it doesn't rain, how much longer are we going to see people staying on the wet weather tire? In my opinion, they're going to do another 3 to 5 laps, assuming it doesn't rain, and assuming that the drying line develops as we just see it there coming into Eau Rouge. It may not be as positive as not. You can see it coming out of Les Combes on the run down to Bruxelles. It is still essentially a wet track. There's no indication here of any dryness, but if it's drying at some parts of the circuit, eventually the process will, with what, 54 cars remaining in the race?
55. Now we've lost 2, haven't we?
Yeah, so it will see the track not at this speed. It'll take a little bit longer with the cars at this speed, but it will begin to offer up a dry line. And again, teams get caught. Do you come in early and take the chance of going onto a set of slick, dry weather tires, knowing that you might be marginal for a lap or a 2 lap, but you get the benefit once those tires really start to do their business?
So, in this queue of cars, the first one behind the safety car is Maxime Martin's BMW, and it is second, and the white McLaren there of Alvaro Parente is the race leader, so he has gained virtually a lap now on the second place car. It's also a remarkably muddy front to that car that he's got, but one of the perils of racing in the rain, of course, that all the rubbish off the road gets thrown at you. So there, look, second place car heading this queue. And how is this going to affect life for Marc VDS? Well, Bas Leinders is well poised to tell us. He's with OJ.
Baz, if one part of endurance racing is actually being quick on the track, another part is the strategy. McLaren, Audi haven't had the greatest strategies there. They've gone backwards.
Yeah, maybe they've gone backwards, but the race is still long. What upsets me a bit more is about the second safety car that apparently went out at T8, where it should have gone out at T12, and it was not in sync with the first safety car. So we lost a lot of time there as well. So I don't know what happened. So I think they have to brief their safety car drivers better, or maybe a race direction, I don't know. But hopefully it doesn't happen anymore, because this can actually decide the outcome of this race.
And how long are you going to stay out?
Well, 65 minutes, that's the maximum of the driving stint, with plus 5 minutes with safety car, so we will see. I mean, at the moment we haven't come in yet, but they're coming in now, I think.
Do you have the pace in the wet? I mean, it is still a wet track, it's stopped raining right now. Actually, I think you're just pitting right now. Do you still have the pace in the wet?
Well, it's tricky. I mean, it's very sensitive to the pressures of the tires. So it's very difficult, very difficult.
Baz, thank you.
I do like it when a team principal pulls the chain of an organisation. You're so accustomed to being the one that's up in front of the beak, being told that you've done something wrong and getting penalised. So Baz pointing out something he feels was incorrect. And I do like anti-authoritarian people. Baz, one of my crew.
It's a fair point, because if things are going haywire, it's going to cost people dear. Here you've got them double stacking, and there also is the Insight Racing Ferrari, the Anderson Jensen Fjordback car. So 45 Maxime Martin, 46 Lucas Lohr, and they are in together. But Lucas Lohr, of course, was losing time early on, wasn't he?
Well, he's been sent back out again, so the work is focusing on Maxime Martin's car. Whether that was a little bit of misinterpretation on the part of Lucas Lohr when to come in, or whether maybe Maxime Martin dived in. We don't know. There is the damaged barrier. It's been already cut through, but it's the 4 tiers of the barrier that effectively been damaged, and the new components will now have to be put into place, bolted together, or maybe in some cases, I don't know whether they can weld. That's galvanized steel, so I doubt it'll be welded, but it'll have to be very securely replaced to ensure the integrity of the barrier. A part of the racetrack, I'm most surprised to have seen 1 incident, let alone 2.
Just to go back to that Marc VDS pit stop, for the moment, he may have to come back in, but for the moment, Lucas Lohr will be ahead of Maxime Martin, so they traded places in that pit stop.
Yeah, but you don't know if he got out. He's not at the bottom of the pit. Maybe he did get out. He didn't get delayed at the bottom of the pit lane.
But even if he's delayed, he's still ahead in the queue.
He certainly is ahead of the queue, but I'd rather be on the track and not be ahead of the queue in the pit lane.
But the point
in fact, both cars are stuck now.
But what I was saying is that Martin came in 4th, Lohr came in 9th place. They're going to go out in reverse order, so they've switched around, although, there's not going to be much to choose between them. And, of course, under the safety car, you can take your time about a stop like that. Yes, OK, you don't want to miss the wave leaving the pit lane, but you can do a full service, can't you, if you so desire. So we are now making our way for the next safety car. So 1 wave has gone, but you then have to wait until the next safety car has come by. That's the regulation. Once 1 wave of cars has gone, you've got to wait for the next. And so here comes the safety car. It's one of the downsides to having 2 safety cars in use around the lap, and it can sometimes, as we've seen, work for and sometimes work against you.
Well, I mean, the thing that is guaranteed is it is a total frustration to those that are stuck at the bottom of the endurance pits, waiting for this chain of cars to come through, and they've been sitting there now probably almost 3 minutes, and basically they just turn the engine off and sit there, because if they kept the engine running without the air going through the fan or through the radiator, they would be overheating.
And so they wait and they wait and they wait and they wait, but this is where you could lose another half a lap. So Lucas Lohr will go away first. Maxime Martin is in the second of the VDS cars now. They're released. So Lucas Lohr blasts away. Alvaro Parent, in the meantime, staying out. And, of course, he now leads the race. Maxime Soulet is second for Bentley. Third is Guy Smith for Bentley. There's Augusto Farfus there. As some lunch, and the workers are at toiling best.
Yeah, they're having to cut the barrier because the way it's twisted, it's very difficult to get those bolts. So just take the acetylene torch and apply a couple of thousand C of temperature to it, and it'll cut through anything.
While they're doing this, there's no chance that we can go racing, of course. So the safety car stays out, and that has taken us now to the end of the first hour. Now it's going to be in the next few minutes, the next lap or two, when we have the next rush into the pit lane. Bas Linder's made the point to OJ that you will stay out for 65 minutes. That's what you can do in a stint. But when the safety car is on track, and of course a lap is longer, it's extended to give you a bit of tolerance to 70 minutes. So we're not far away from that point before the cars end up coming down the pit lane. So those that haven't stopped yet will be imminently so to do. Do I espy a big black cloud yonder?
You certainly do, but I'm not sure it's coming our way or going away from us, just certainly over or behind La Source, the hairpin bend. It looks pretty ominous, but looking out onto the pit lane, the track is still wet, but it won't take an awful. In fact, there's almost drying patches as you go back up to Lake Coombe. The engineers up there are working absolutely as fast as they can. Oh, that's a bit of a problem.
Now, is that fuel, or is that a more serious problem? It's getting towards the end of a stint. It shouldn't be fuel in the wet, should it?
The biggest problem is if anybody else comes in behind it, it's going to lose a bunch of time.
The marshals get it to the white line, then it's in the pits and it can be given over to the team, but that car being pushed slowly to the pit lane.
Do you think the gentleman holding the arrow there is going to get tired?
Yep.
I mean, he's been there now, what, 10, 15 minutes? Well, he's allowed to drop it when there's nobody coming. I suppose that's one relief.
But he's not finished with it yet, I tell you. He's going to have to stand there for quite some time.
Why can they not release these cars? I don't understand.
The regulation says you've got to be released when a wave has gone through, and if you're not in the queue when the cars are coming past, then you've got to wait for the next one. But more than that, the reasoning behind it, I can't tell you. All I can tell you is what the rule says.
Well,
and that is that you
yeah,
must wait.
I understand the rule, but you know, when the next car due through is probably 3 minutes away, what's the problem? Other than those cars that would be released would be allowed to run potentially, or might try to run at a pace beyond what they would be expected to do, which is the pace that the safety car, therefore they could, in some form or other, maybe gain an advantage. But certainly they are right now at a disadvantage by being held.
5 minutes, 4.5 minutes or so before we have the next rush of cars into the pit lane, and that will sort everybody out for their first stint. So this group of cars heading uphill includes amongst it the Acura, of course, BMW. Alex Bunkum's Nissan there is one of those cars being held at the end of the pit lane. So, as I say, it is Alvaro Parent leading Maxime Soulet. So McLaren leads Bentley, Guy Smith, Bentley third. Bruno Spengler, we've not really seen much of number 9 BMW, but the former DTM champion, Bruno Spengler, is fourth. It's a largely white Z4 with the Michel Vaillant livery. Fifth now is a 47 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, and sixth for David Bartram's Oman racing team is Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin, but a lot of this is because they have yet to stop.
So this little group of cars gets underway. Alex Bunkum, who was absolutely outstanding, and Paul Ricard had a massive battle with Stephen Kane in the Bentley, and the last hour of that 6-hour race was absolutely finest racing I've seen in endurance racing for many a day.
So frustration for the drivers that want to get on and try and gain back some places. You can see one or two weaving around to try and maintain a bit of warmth in the tyres. It's not exactly a warm day, but overhead, although we've got a very fast-moving cloud above us, there is a break in it. There is a little bit of blue sky, a little bit. Bentley getting ready. Yeah,
I mean, the actual ambient temperature, although there's been a lot of rain, but the ambient temperature isn't actually... Am I looking up and seeing a bit of blue sky somewhere?
Yeah, yes, you are. There, just that millimetre.
Yeah, the actual ambient temperature isn't what I would call 7 or 8 Celsius. It's probably mid-teens Celsius. So as much as the wet has dampened everything down, it's actually 12.2. I would, probably about 12.7, I would have thought. Anyway, it's not cold, and that's the point.
Yeah.
So while the cars are running slowly, tyre temperatures will drop, It's not disastrous.
Now Bentley there, double stinting tyres, because that saves you time in the pits. There's an element of not... There's Bruno. And therefore gets you into the wave, into the queue ready to go, is one reason.
I think the reason is that they recognise that within a very short space of time, it will be time to come in for slicks. So if they can use the wet weather tyre they started on, and if the edges aren't too rounded off and there's still a reasonable tread on the tyre, then they don't want to make an additional stop. Or, sorry, the time they would have lost putting on a new set, they can hopefully make up on the circuit, whatever. You know
exactly. Yes. Yeah.
So it's just a strategic decision. But again, they may have lost it all.
Well, exactly, because Bruno Spengler's car did change tyres, and he's going to potentially catch up while they wait now to be released. So you roll the dice, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, whether the new set of tyres in the Bentley will outperform the used set of tyres in the Bentley is a bit of a moot point. Yes, Alvaro Parent. Now, if he wants to get into the line of cars, he's going to have to... Will he be allowed to come straight down and go in parallel with the Bentley?
Interesting, isn't it?
Or will he have to wait until those cars that are coming down are clear before... we've seen this in other areas where cars elbow their way in and they've been penalised for that.
It's going to be interesting to see how they plan
this.
They
stick in the nose. I was there really because, I should be the third car in line. Well, no, he shouldn't. He should be the fourth car in line.
Yeah, so you got Bentley, then the Oman racing team, Aston Martin, Johnny Adams just pitted, the Emil Frey Jaguar.
No, there we go.
Yeah,
there's a
Marshall.
There's a, You, one of those people, you wait there, mate. This one's going to come in front of you. They love it. Just given authority for a weekend. They are in heaven.
Have clipboard, have whistle, have authority, yes. So it's all being now confirmed that the white McLaren, which was the race-leading car, will join the queue. But bear in mind that the second-placed car was Bentley number 8. There it is at the head of the queue. Parent is still going to have gained a lap over that car at least.
David, I believe you. I believe you.
I'm going to wait for the next, in an hour's time, hopefully we'll actually have who is in the lead as the cars are now released, and Alvaro Parent has been given that position.
And the Jaguar doesn't go.
And I mean, everybody behind must be going bananas.
That is Gabriele Gardel at the wheel, and Gabriele, former FIA GT champion, knows what he's doing, he says. But where is he? And where's everybody else that are stuck behind? If the Jaguar's got a problem and has stalled and won't restart, this is just going to... It's still there.
Well, why don't you just push the thing out of the way, for goodness sake? Where's the guy with the clipboard? He can push the Jaguar, surely. Well, maybe his job description doesn't allow him to do that.
Now, potentially, because the car hadn't moved, it's missed the cut. So by not going at the right time, the pit lane is potentially closed. They've got to wait for the next one, and that's just scuppered everybody behind. So now they've got to wait for the next safety car because he didn't go when he should have done.
That wasn't in the script, but I tell you what, it's given us a moment of light relief.
It's almost got me on a Watty rant, that. There is the next safety car, so they're going to have to wait until this has gone all the way through the pith path, all the way around the rest of the lap. I tell you, Gabriele Gardel is going to be an unpopular man.
Oh, you can imagine there'll be daggers flying.
So this is all the empty circuit that they're going to have to drive through before that safety car gets anywhere near the endurance pits.
And just, you can see, as we looked at those shots coming up through Blancpain, now it's been released. Where's the safety car? It hasn't come through. Well, that's not what the rule says, is it?
No, unless they've taken a rather more beneficial view, which is to say, well, yes, you should have gone, but you made a mistake or there was a problem and you couldn't move, so yes, all right, we'll let you out.
Well, there is a safety car, so maybe that's the car. We didn't see that safety car at the point when the Jaguar was finally released, so the Jaguar and everything is sort of, it's all happened as it should have happened. As we're still, there's substantial amount of barrier work going on. I mean, the point of impact, there's just a gaping hole, but further down the barrier, there's the top layer is missing. Yeah. The second layer up, half of it is there. So I suspect another 15-20 minutes of safety car.
You're right.
Before we can get this race back underway. By which time, you never know.
What the
time
weather
for
can
slicks.
do.
Time for
Yes.
slicks.
Yeah, I didn't actually put a watch on when this safety car period started, but it's a lengthy one, that is for sure. Right, Alvaro Parent leads the race, everybody, still, okay? Second is Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes. Third is Kevin Estre. Fourth is René Rast. Fifth, get this, fifth is the Kaspersky Ferrari from the AM class that pitted early. Riccardo Ragazzi, by pitting before all the frivolity, is up into fifth. Sixth is Christopher Mies. Seventh is Hubert Haupt. Eighth now in
Dolby.
73 is Craig Dolby. Yeah,
Leading Nissan.
Indeed so. Ninth is Alexander Sims. And 10th is Nico Bastian. So where is Marc VDS out of all of this? Maxime Martin is in 33rd place. And Lucas Law is 31st.
I mean, let's get Baz. Let's have another interview with Baz Lyndon. I tell you what, he'll eat the microphone.
Well, in fairness to Von Ryan, I think they've done pretty well out of that because
I mean, in effect, they're still in control of the race. And Christodoulou and the Mercedes. I mean, great driver and a great long distance car.
There he is.
It is.
Yeah.
You would like to imagine that the pace, and there we see. Well. Okay, all sorts, but there we go. Not licorice, but all sorts.
Adam Christodoulou behind the safety car. Now, what we need to see is the white McLaren, which will be in the next wave, but that has effectively got the best part of a lap's advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a substantial advantage. The big focal point will be watching to see Kevin Estre just absolutely devour the Porsche as he grapples to catch up to the tail of the Mercedes. And it's not going to be an easy pass on Adam Christodoulou because he is a very, very strong competitor and knows Mercedes inside and out. And of course, René Rast will be sitting there just waiting for any opportunity to pounce. And there we see the Audi going through as the field makes its way up and trying to look, the glare, the flare from the headlights isn't picking up on a track that is still in a slick condition. You can see there's dampness offline into Eau Rouge, but just at the apex, it's beginning to look as if we're getting the first glimpse of a patch of dryness on the apex. Wouldn't want to be committed to a set of slicks just yet. As they climb up the hill, running
something like 80 kilometers per hour behind two of these Audi safety cars that are currently in use. Drivers moving around. Some drivers like to steer the car left to right aggressively. They believe, and it's something I think that nobody is actually quite clear, but if it works for you mentally, you know, the idea is to try and put load into the sidewall of the tyre to try and keep the tread temperature up. By flexing the sidewall, you generate heat, and that then gets into the core of the tyre, which of course includes the tread, and therefore you're slightly better off. As with the Audi, what's it doing running so wide on the most wet part of the
We're on to tyre cooling now.
Well, maybe, but I mean, why would his tyres be hot running under these conditions?
Well, unless now that it's starting to dry a little bit, but he's trying to prolong the life. So there's the barrier repair work.
Well, the reconstruction is slowly underway. They're getting those staves, and I don't know whether they go into the earth or whether there's a concrete mount that they go into, but there we see an hydraulic jack or hammer going to be attached over. Get your fingers out of the way there, chap. So that will now hammer that stave, and oh yes, oh yeah, I like that. Now is that going into simply into the earth, or is there something more solid that is being hammered into? I don't know. Danger of barriers going into, we've seen this at other venues where barrier supports have not been mounted in anything solid. So when the barrier has been hit, the barriers have actually bent and then acted as a launch pad. So I would like to think that those barriers are going into something that is solid, or the staves are going into something solid, not into soft earth.
Just go back a stage. Question has been posed as to how come the likes of Kevin S, for example, and the WRT Audi of René Rast are in the middle of a queue of cars if they had to wait for the pack to go past. I need to kind of explain a little bit on how this works, because I've slightly given you the wrong idea. It's not that they have to wait until every car has gone past. What has to happen is that the last car in the queue has to go over what is called a safety car line. There are two safety car lines, and one of them is at the exit of La Source. So when the last car in the queue has gone over that line, then the indication can be given that the cars can be released, because in theory, when the last car over the safety car line is heading up Radion, so the cars from the pits will be joining in roughly towards the back of that queue. It sometimes works perfectly, sometimes it doesn't. So it's not that they have to wait for the last car to go past and then they can be released from the pits. It is that they have to wait for the last car in a queue to go over the safety car line coming out of La Source. Apologies for not being totally clear on it earlier on, but that, if you're wondering why those cars in particular are in a queue, not at the back of a queue, that's hopefully helped with the answer.
But the fundamental problem, of course, is that where you use multiple safety cars, as opposed to on a normal, say, a 5 kilometer track or something shorter, you'd only have a single safety car. It is much easier to manage it with a single safety car than it is where you have two out, and because no one must be seen to gain an advantage, which is the principle, I think, the reason why we're seeing cars being held at pit lane exit until a chain of safety cars has actually past the point where those cars can be released from the pit lane.
And then, of course, the danger would be that if you were to let people out willy-nilly, they would be going at an uncontrolled pace, and then it's dangerous, and that's what we have to avoid.
But also, that's part of it. I think the other part is that they could actually gain a strategic advantage, which would be seen to be unfair when everybody else is running at the pace of the safety car.
Now, remember when we saw the Jaguar having its dramas earlier on, that car is now having its team manager summoned immediately to the race director. So I think there's some explaining to be done there.
That's not for a cup of coffee.
No, quite. I think also there was a moment where the Jaguar didn't have its lights on, but maybe an electrical problem, but the lights are back on now. Right, we're riding with Bruno Spengler here. I can't say hard at work.
This is the car that Alex Zanardi will be driving later, and of course Alex Zanardi has got unique controls to enable him to drive, because he has not got the use of the artificial legs he uses. So a lot of this, I mean, in terms of braking, so it's quite an adaptation for Bruno Spengler and others too. They've got to make some adaptation to a car that is adapted to a driver who has got very limited use of his legs, his paraplegic legs.
Same true of the defunct Ferrari now, the Gilles Duquesne car, similar situation. But Alex, an amazing competitor. He, on Wednesday, will be in Switzerland competing in his his handbiking life to try and win or keep a world record. There's another one to defend on Friday. So on Wednesday, he went and had a look at the course, then drove here. And here's another drama. Behind a safety car, Marco Ciocci, an experienced driver, goes off the road under waved yellows, under a safety car. That, John, is unacceptable.
Do you know what? Top marks for TV production for getting that and airing it, because some people might never have known it had happened. And of course there's cameras around the circuit which are observed all the time apart from our own cameras. So little moment, Ciocci, that was rather embarrassing, I would have said.
Yeah, I go along with that, to say the very least. Just to confirm something else from earlier on, the Tony Villander Ferrari had a brake caliper change, front left brake caliper. Yeah, all right, Watson. Yeah. Bonus point.
I didn't even need OJ Borg to go and tell us that, did we?
The fuel churn as well. So, yeah. You didn't say it was the front left.
I don't want to be too clever or too smart, you know. I mean, I can behave badly when I need to, but I didn't want to do it this time.
So that hopefully for the moment sorts out what happened to the Ferrari. What else can we help you with? There's the Nissan of 23, Alex Buncombe, and where has that dropped to after the safety car and pit shenanigans? 34th it is. 19th in the Pro Cup, that's why he's looking at 19 on the windscreen. So still be around behind the safety car, and it is Alvaro Parent in the lead. Now, because of the way the safety car has panned out, what we have got is Adam Christodoulou half a minute behind. So what was a lap at one point now is half a minute. We've got a team manager also from 888 summoned to the race director. More news on this when I have it, but for the moment, if you're a fan of Armco rebuilding, this is the place to be.
Well, I mean, it's going to be, I thought maybe 20 minutes, about 15 minutes ago, and I think I'm going to revise that. We're probably looking at another 30 minutes before that barrier will be satisfactorily secured. And a lot of drivers now looking for damp parts of the racetrack because they're getting the sense that the racing line is not going to be a million miles away from a set of slicks.
Now, that's the Ferrari, I think, that we saw being pushed in a little while ago.
Yes, it is.
It's been a long pit stop, therefore, trying to work out which one it is, ready to get back into the race.
It's not the 50. I can't. They all look so similar. There's 41, 42. There's so many Ferraris, and the majority of them are all in the Pro-Am or Am category.
You're right, it is 41, yes, and that means, therefore, that it is a long way down the order now. In 54th place, the Vanillé Lancieri Guibert Cayrol car. And it has got to wait until the next queue has gone round. Otherwise, it will be at proper race pace, trying to catch up to the crocodile ahead, and that is not safe.
I wonder what the radio traffic between all these cars and their respective pits is about. It's saying, I guarantee you, when is the safety car going to be taken in? Because we think the track is going to be dry enough for a set of slicks.
We're not far off, are we now?
No, I think that we're going to be another, well, I think maybe 30 minutes before the racetrack will be released to the competitors, by which time it will be, unless there's more rain, of course, which is always liable at Spa. I mean, you come to Spa, one thing is sure, you can get the best Fritz and Mayo as well as rain. Look at those cars, indeed. I mean, can't get almost, they're almost onto the grass. Yeah. It's the second of the Nissans, as Alex Buncombe. He's been looking for wet parts of the track all around the circuit, all 7 kilometres.
And there, the Aston Martin just going through the shot. That's the Oman Racing Team car that was damaged on its way to the circuit, can you believe? The team's brand new race transporter was, at a set of traffic lights, was hit from behind by a Polish truck that didn't stop and damaged, as in wrote off, the trailer unit. The car inside was damaged as well. A new transporter had to come out. They had to break into the truck to get the tail lift down to get the car out. They then had to weld the door back on the truck. It's been a tale of woe before the car even turned a wheel.
All I can say is I'm glad that vehicle was on its way out of England and not on its way in.
Yeah, quite. Safety car will be on track for 15 additional minutes. You ask, we tell.
Yes, and I think that's hopefully a well-judged bit of information, because they are, I think, beginning to try to reassemble the barrier up at Lake Kuma. There we go. It looks a bit like a dog's hind leg in parts, but as long as the integrity of the barrier is, the structure of the barrier is as it is required, so
how are we doing with the Mercedes in this race? We have got Adam Christodoulou going strongly. The Black Falcon car, the team manager, team owner is Sean Breslin, and he is with OJ.
Sean, second place currently, a fantastic, even though it's only an hour into the race, place to be.
Yep, it's a great place to be. We didn't qualify so well, so plan was to get up to the front as quickly as possible, and we've managed to do it so far, so good.
Are you showing that when races are this long, then it doesn't really matter how your qualification period goes?
Yeah, and the race is complicated with the 2 safety cars and the full course yellow options. Anything can happen, so you have to be strategically thinking all the time.
And just talk me through that. You've got 3 cars at the Spa 24 Hours and the 2 safety cars out. How complicated is that for you and your team?
Luckily, there's good teams on each car, so it's complicated, but we need to try and get them all up to the front.
And will you be seeing that happening, do you think, at any point over the next 23 hours?
We're trying to make it happen.
Sean, thank you.
Cheers.
Sean Breslin, whose dad used to be a very successful Renault racer at club level then, overseeing that silver Mercedes, which is Adam Christodoulou, and look who's 1 car but 1 behind the redoubtable Kevin Estre.
Yes, but Adam's focus will not be really so much on Kevin Estre. He's a big enough boy, he can look after himself. Adam's job is to consolidate the second place that, in a sense, they've been fortunate to find themselves in, because it is in part because of the 2 safety car interventions and the relevant part of the circuit or safety car areas on the circuit. So Adam Christodoulou has benefited from that, no doubt. Delighted, because he will do a great job for that team.
The teams are being warned, do not queue too close to pit exit line. I offer you that just because it's come up on the screen. I'm just trying to work out what they're doing wrong by that. But anyway, that's what the teams are being told about now.
All I can assume is they're looking for the dampest part of the racetrack, and that may be a part of the racetrack that normally they would never stray into. So, yeah.
That'd be in the pits, though, won't it? Queuing at the pit exit line. The queue of cars forming before they're released.
You think it's before they're released? I thought you meant.
I was just wondering what the problem in doing that is. Anyway, this is the car that is in 5th place. I know it's been helped by stopping early and then others stopping subsequent to the safety car being out, but Riccardo Ragazzi, who is a very rapid driver, is at the wheel of the Ferrari. Riccardo, who began his successes by scoring lots of race wins in the Alfa Romeo 147 Cup, making him a fine fellow. He's racing Italian GT and the Ferrari Challenge and the Trofeo Maserati, the Lamborghini Challenge. He has a proper passion for Italian cars.
Did you say Alfa Romeo 147?
I did.
Are you a fan? Do you drive one?
I do have 1 or 2 still, John, yes. Not 147s, we had to sell that one on. But we did have a 147 for the time. Great car, I tell you. Now, Ragazzi is 5th. He's leading in the AM class. And this car will be one to watch within that car. How far up it can stay overall, I rather doubt, as we get the race properly back underway, because when you've got 2 bronze co-drivers, and to make the point about driver grading, bronze drivers must do 6 hours behind the wheel, so that's going to compromise the quick drivers, namely Ragazzi and Rui Aguas in this car. But it's up there. Big cheer for the Kaspersky Ferrari.
Yes, and everybody's here to try and do their best. There are 3 categories within this 24-hour race. There's the Pro, the Pro-Am and the AMs, and they will respectively need the maximum they can get in their category. They will want to stand on the podium, and how they get there really is part of what we're seeing now. Early stages, just an hour and a half into this 24-hour race. What's going to happen in the next 22 and a half hours?
Well, it's been pretty lively thus far.
Well, dinner's for sure.
If you're lucky, we might let you off. But also, of course, you talk about how you stay up in the order. Keeping out of trouble is one of the things, and so far teams are trying their level best to do that despite the greasy conditions. The track is improving. There's a discernible dry line at the bus stop now.
The competitors have seen this from their own position behind the wheel, that there is a reasonably good, it's probably marginal to put a set of slicks on. If you did, you'd have to be pretty courageous and certainly mighty skillful. But again, we're talking about 15 minutes to go before this race is released. So that was about 5 minutes ago that we got that indication on timing and scoring. So there'll be about 22:20. We might see the race go green.
So safety car stays out on track. There's a So we have this extra time that the safety car is staying on track, so it'll be a few more minutes yet while the safety car circulates. Everybody formed up behind the 2 safety cars. I talk about safety car period, but it is of course the 2 safety cars on track. There's the incident zone up at Les Combes as the cars now at a slightly quicker pace actually go by. Turning their way up through Les Combes. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of the race thus far, and you can see how wet it was at the beginning of the race as the car sprinted away on a damp road down towards Eau Rouge for the first time. Spray kicked up by Kevin Estre in the race-leading McLaren. Alvaro Perez second, and despite all the fears, they got through the first few corners safely, but they didn't get out of Les Combes, okay? Round went Frédéric Verviche. He just clipped the yellow Ferrari as that went by, and Verviche was able to rejoin, albeit somewhat red-faced, having just been clipped by the AF Corsa Ferrari. And then Tony Villander had his big drama and went off the road into the gravel bed. He lost a couple of laps, then had a long pit stop as well as Guy Smith's Bentley worked its way up through the order. It was a brake problem that put Villander off the road, but he's back in the race, albeit many laps down now. Then we had the first safety car period after this big impact for Gilles Duquesne. The Frenchman crashing at the top of Radion, damaging car and barrier. But worse was to come. The safety car was deployed, it didn't pick up the leaders, and so the top 3 got a free ride.
I'll leave you sat down, thank you.
Down towards La Source came the cars. The fans, cameras trained at Les Combes, saw another big impact. It was Karim Auger this time who went off in the Boutsen-Gignon run BMW Z4, another car out of the race, and then with a long safety car period ahead, the team seized the opportunity to come in and to, in some cases, refuel and change tyres. In other cases, just add fuel, 1 or 2 also for a driver change. But for the second year in a row, Karim Auger out early after a big off and lots of damage. Kevin Est and René Rast rejoining after pit stops. And they were able to blend back into the queue of cars as the race was being controlled by Von Ryan Racing and the McLarens. Maxime Martin came in, so too did the sister car of Lucas Law. They were cycled through, dispatched back into the race, but again they had to sit at the end of the pit lane and wait until the signal was given for them to be able to safely rejoin. Number 7 Bentley made its pit stop, Guy Smith bringing the car in and staying at the wheel. In 37th place he rejoined as Alvaro Perez, the leader, had to make his stop. He got in front of Gabriele Gardel's Jaguar, that then went nowhere and balked everybody stacked up behind. The barrier repairs continued, and we are behind the safety car still here at Spa. The 24 hours began in the rain. Track conditions are improving, but it won't be long, of course, before the light starts to fade once more as we head towards dusk and then into the darkness. Spa is busy, lots of fans here, and they're dealing with the elements pretty well. So too are the teams, not just those in the pit lane, but the track maintenance team as well, as they try and get this barrier damage sorted out so that we are good to go racing again. Car 52, there it is, turning its way out of Les Combes. That's the Tony Villander car after its earlier delays. And it is now being driven by Adrian Delina, and in 53rd place overall. 57 started, and we've lost 2, so we're down to 55. Riccardo Ragazzi, who was leading the AM class, will still lead his, I suspect, but he's now going to drop away from his 5th place overall as he comes in. We have also just had Kevin Est and René Rast go by, 3rd and 4th. And a message has come now telling the teams that they must respect distances behind the safety car, in other words, not stay right on the tail of it, but just lag back a little. And they also now have to queue 5 metres from the line at pit exit. I think there's a timing issue if you stand too close to that line, because what it means is that the beam is constantly broken by a car that's not going anywhere, and it plays havoc with the timing system.
Yeah, I mean, some of these drivers may have competed in hill climbs in their youth, and of course that is absolutely key to getting a good time up a hill, getting as close to the beam, so as that when you do break it, those milliseconds that you shave are working to your advantage.
This is how we are after 28 laps. Von Ryan Racing's 59. McLaren leads the way. Alvaro Perez at the wheel of it. Adam Christodoulou was second, but he has now pitted. So 29, when the caption was done, was in 2nd spot, but now it's all changed. Up into 2nd place goes Kevin Est. Up into 3rd place goes René Rast in number 1. 4th will become Christopher Mies ahead of Hubert Haupt. Then you've got Craig Dolby in the car that he shares with Sean Walkinshaw and Martin Plowman. The Dolby Dolls here to cheer him on, by the way. And as you cycle through the order, it's all shuffling as people make pit stops and rejoin. But from the very back of the grid, car 63 is worth a cheer, John.
Indeed it is. They started at the back of the grid, and that's the Lamborghini Huracan up into 13th place. I think that's pretty impressive. They may have had a benefit from the way that the pit stops and the safety car deployments and whatever. Nonetheless, they'll take it.
Absolutely, because as we were saying early on, sometimes safety cars will work for and sometimes will work against. And the other one for the back of the grid is in 30th place, Fabio Babini, the start driver in number 19. Number 8's lost out a lot, hasn't it, on the pit stops, as we saw. Remember, it lost nearly a lap, Maxime Soulet, and so too Guy Smith. So shows you how sometimes it works against you. Big time loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's frustrating, and I mean, that's probably the understatement of the day. Both Bentleys way down through the field now. As we get into clear running once again, we may then see their progress, fairly rapid progress, one would assume, but it's from a low start base, and they'll be not happy about it. 52 Nissan all the way, 22 Nissan down in 52nd place. That is the
it's the Pro-Am class car, but that lost a lap at the start, didn't it? Because it came in at the end of the formation lap and rejoined a lap down, so it had all its problems right at the very start. Remember, Olivier Pla was behind the wheel of it and had some dramas right at the beginning. We didn't get to the bottom of what the dramas were yet.
I wonder.
But strange, that. Right, Audis are in. That's 5, Christopher Mies. And 6 comes in, the sister Phoenix car. Marcel Fassler at the wheel. And of course, while you're behind the safety car, it doesn't really matter if you double stack like this, does it?
No. I'm waiting to see when Andre Lotteroy gets into that car. So slicks, they are looking like slicks. Now this would be the first car we have seen to... did they put slicks on or wets on? I couldn't quite see. There's slicks sitting in the pit lane, and there are wets coming off the... Oh, it's hard
I
to
think
tell.
they're on slicks. I think they've gone to slicks.
Well, they certainly had slicks in the pit lane. So you could hear the traction control kicking in on the Audis had accelerated away, so they've got that dialed in pretty much to maximum on the way out of the pit lane.
Then they will join this queue. Adam Christodoulou is the second car behind Frank Schmickler's Porsche that gets away now, the Tempto racing car. So Christodoulou rejoins. The reason that we have this long safety car period isn't because of the severity of the accident per se, it's because of the barrier damage, and that needs sorting out. Right, let's see. It was slicks.
Yes, it is indeed. So first car that we have seen in the pit lane remove a set of wet weather tyres, the tyres that they would have started on, or the second set of wets, depending whether they changed at the first round of pit stops. Barrier work is virtually complete. I would say it's about as complete as one would hope it to be. A good job by the track maintenance crew to do that. Now we've got to get these two substantial vehicles all the way around.
They could go through that vehicle access point, hopefully.
They could do, but that might be a bit sort of obvious. So they're going to make it all the way around the track to come. They will probably want to get back to their actual location, which is, I think, somewhere near Parc Fermé.
But one of the beauties of Spa is that there are so many little internal roads, a bit like Silverstone, actually. You can perhaps use those to your advantage. We will see what the plan is. I'm sure there is a plan.
It would be nice to think that they'd use those internal roads to enable those vehicles to get back to let's get this race back underway.
And we're hearing from race control that within 2 or 3 minutes, between 2 to 3 minutes, we should be under green flag conditions. Number 1, René Rast then in second place. So the lead gap is about a minute. Alvaro Parent, René Rast is 57 seconds. It's close on a minute. As there is Hubert Haupt, and behind him is Craig Dolby. It's good to have Craig in this championship. He comes into the pit lane behind Hubert Haupt, but after showing people how good he was in Super League, he then went off and did some racing in Brazil, but kind of faded away from European awareness. But it's good that he's still in this, and a fine driver, Craig Dolby.
Yes, he's one of those drivers we mentioned before that, he sort of got lost in the plethora of single-seater racing, funding, series going, down and whatever, but, in a very good team. And they're chosen because of his ability, not because he was able to bring a lot of shackles with him.
Yeah. Hubert Haupt in, and I think he's staying behind the wheel of the car that he shares with Yelmer Berman and Abdulaziz Al Faisal. Slicks for the Mercedes. around. The safety car is in this lap. The safety car will be in this time around. And so, look, more and more are going to go onto slicks potentially now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer. People are going to use the opportunity because, yes, they know that with the safety car coming in, they will not be delayed when they release the car from the pit lane and they get down to the pit lane exit. They should be able to get clear onto track. And that will be a great benefit to those cars. As we see, the 21 Mercedes makes its way down the pit lane. Careful not to spin it up too much. There's the remaining part of the field. All of these cars we're looking at, we believe, are still on wet weather tyres. So those that are in early, and they're the 18 Mercedes, that is Bernd Schneider still behind the wheel. So my mate Bernd is Alvaro Perez. That was Kevin Estre,
yeah. So
making his way back out on track.
And I'm assuming on slicks. Now, does Rene Rast come in this time? Trouble is, we go green, so he's going to lose time if he does come in, but he's going to lose time by being on wet.
He's
so
got no choice.
He's going to stay out.
He's staying out. Well, Audi are going to roll the dice. They're going to. I mean, I think that the crossover time between the wet weather lap time and the slick dry time is probably going to take a couple more laps. So maybe Audi are gambling. They're going to give Rene Rast with clear air, maybe 2 laps on these tyres, at which point they need to bring him in, because by that stage I suspect the dry slick tyre time will overtake that of the wet.
Unless also Audi think there's more rain on the way. So let's see. We'll have a bit of discussion, I'm sure. Could also be that the driver himself has a say in this. Where it's marginal like this, it may well be that the pit wall talks to the driver.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit the driver has got, he's all around the racetrack, and to some degree he can see skyward, not necessarily as much as maybe a bloke on the ground will see. He knows what the track conditions are like. He might feel at some part, looking here into Lake Coombe, there's a clear, dry line. But as you go out of Lake Coombe down into Bruxelles, it may not be so secure that a set of slicks, we need to pick up on a car that is on slicks to see how they're dealing with these track conditions.
The best lap so far on a wet road, and we haven't had that many racing laps in real terms. Alvaro Perez on a 2:38, but soon we'll start to be able to monitor those on the slick tyres. There, look, number 9, BMW Bruno Spengler battling his way through the traffic.
Alexander Sim in 3rd place. Now he's just the fastest 3rd sector time. We assume, I don't know whether I'm right, but I'm assuming that's on a set of slicks.
If it is, he's gone onto them very early, because he made 1 pit stop, and that would have been a good 10 or 15 minutes ago. As here, look, you've got the wet shod Audi ahead of a slick shod Mercedes. Okay, those slicks are still getting temperature into them and the road is not bone dry, but Rene Rast, at least for the moment, has still got the life in those tyres.
He does, but the dry set tyres on the Mercedes, the difficulty he will have is he will have to go offline onto a wet part of the racetrack to get ahead of the Audi. Rene Rast, I hope, will be made aware that, oh, the Jaguar. Well, actually, he had to do that because the BMW suddenly slowed down massively on the exit on the first part of Campus Corner.
Best middle sector of anybody in the race, just done by Rene Rast. Now, granted, we haven't had racing laps in such good conditions yet, because when they were at proper race pace earlier, it was still a lot wetter. But Rene Rast, at least for the moment, is proving that the tyres are still giving him enough life and enough pace. But how many more laps will he stay out there for as he comes into the bus stop and goes a little bit deep into the corner? He's actually fighting for traction now.
Well, let's look and see. The Mercedes-Benz is right on the tail, so this looks a relatively dry bit of the racetrack. Will be still damp offline, so it'll be the run now. The lights flashing in the Mercedes, it'll be the run out of the source. The Mercedes back end steps out.
And Rast has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 2:33.7. Rene Rast, the fastest lap of the race.
That is impressive.
It is, isn't it? So it's still good enough for the wets, but they're going to have to be very, very conscious of this. Adam Hardy is the chief engineer on that car. It's Adam's decision when they box, as he phrases it. But when it's a situation like this about tyres and about weather conditions, he will talk to the driver, and between them, they'll decide when is the optimum time. And of course, the data coming back from the driver will be the tyres are going off and struggling, and then they'll decide when to bring the car in. So that's when it really does become teamwork. And what we now also have is, because of Alvaro Perez's 2nd pit stop, Rene Rast into the lead of the race now, of course, but he's made 1 fewer stop. But it's number 1 Audi, last year's winners, lead again.
So up the hill into Lake Coombe, and we've got a motor race on. We've had a long break while that barrier was being repaired. The Jaguar again oversteering wildly as it enters into the exit of Lake Coombe. There you can see dry track. As we go back to their cars, Alexander Sim in 2nd place. and well, he may well still be on the slicks. He's only made that one pit stop, and he's got the track position, but of course the pit stop and the consequent time loss will see the Kyrgios BMW drop down.
Yeah, the best of those that have made 2 pit stops is still Alvaro Parent, down currently in 5th place now after the most recent stop. So heading Pro-Am is Alexander Sims, and behind him, number 99 is Nico Bastian in the Rover Racing, the Rover Motor Oil's Mercedes. Look, they're heading up towards Les Combes. So this is the battle for 2nd overall, but also they're in different classes. Pro-Am, the Barwell run in Kyrgios car with the lights being flashed by Nico Bastian. Bit cheeky because that's a genuine battle for position, 2nd overall.
Yes, but Nicky Bastian's last lap was a 2:32. I mean, identical time to that of Alexander Sim, but the difference is the Mercedes, which is, we think, on those slick tyres, is going to have a massive advantage. Can he look down the inside? He's not alongside, and Alexander Sim gives him that little bit of room, but in doing so opens the door. Just more bite and grip from the slick shod Mercedes, sees it go through, and Alexander Sim really is now going to be left with little option but to get into the pits as quickly as possible. Looking skyward, it's still, well, it could do anything.
Yeah, precisely. It is Spa after all. So what we thought was blue sky a few minutes ago, it's looking a bit grey once more. Nico Bastian now getting away, isn't he, from the BMW. So the Mercedes pulling clear. These cars have only made 1 stop, remember. So unless they changed onto slicks very early, I'm thinking they're still on wet tyres, riding the curbs, but equally it won't be long before they do have to come in. Now, how are we getting on with René Rast in his sector times? Personal best in sector 1. He'll be in traffic, of course. That's going to compromise things a little bit. How are we doing with numbers 5 and 6, though? Because they were the earlier cars to go on to slicks. Last time, Marcel Fassler in 6 did a 2:34. And Frederic Verviche in number 75, remember it's spun early in the race, he's just on a 2:30 as the best lap of the race.
Adam Christodoulou, who's all the way down in 29th place, has done a 2:31, and cars around him, Kevin Estre, who's in 28th position, likewise at 2:31.
Part of this now is hard to read a proper pattern into because the track isn't its best, so they would be going quicker, and also they're getting through a fuel load, so the cars are getting lighter. There's a drive-through penalty for the 888 BMW for a pit infringement. Drive-through penalty for 888 for a pit infringement. The infringement's nature I don't yet know, but I'll try and get to the bottom of it. But that is a car that will lose time. It's currently in 22nd place, Dirk Müller at the wheel. Over the timing line goes 63. Mirko Bortolotti was the start driver in that car, and it's now in 5th place overall. But again, of course, it's only made 1 pit stop. How about this for a traffic jam? The second of the Hurricanes here with both the VDS BMWs for company.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little battle going on the field, and the Lamborghini will be right in the midst of it. It's got a good straight line performance, apart from the problems of having to change engines, but the 2 BMWs are more or less now line astern. The Ferraris, hopefully not going to be an issue between the battle between the 2 VDS BMW.
Best lap of the race, Adam Christodoulou, 2:29. It was Alvaro Parent, but it's now Adam Christodoulou, and 2:29.2. Does that tell us that he went on to slick tyres, and does that tell us that it's the way to go now?
Oh, there's no question right now. You've got to get in, get a set of slicks on, because you're only going to go backwards as the track begins to dry out. You've just got to get onto those dry weather slick tyres, and that's what Adam Christodoulou is doing.
But it's raining on the start line, just as you said, John. It's starting to rain again.
It's not raining, it's pouring. I mean, it is everybody at the top of the circuit. There doesn't appear to be any rain there, but you can see behind in that background shot, it is pouring over the pits and the Eau Rouge part of the circuit. So when they make their way back up the hill to come to the bus stop chicane, they need to be aware that track conditions on slick tyres are going to be horrendous.
And so the pendulum swings back the way of René Rast, still on his wet tyres. So by staying out, they call it right.
They may be, I said, a wet slicks. They may not be wet tyres because he stayed out on those, and no doubt in these conditions you do wear them out rather quickly. But of course, it's worked to his advantage by doing so. Maybe the Audi gods have said, stay out. We know there's rain coming.
Well, it seems to have worked for the moment, so this potentially, depending on how much more rain we get, is going to throw people back into the pit lane. But you can see its wipers on once more, and driver's going to be tiptoeing around now. Here it is on the windscreen.
Yes, this is coming to the lowest part of the circuit, out of the Fagnes sections of corners into Campos and into Courbe, Bonfrère, and well, BMWs passing sister BMWs.
Lucas Lucas Law up ahead of Maxime Martin.
It's not often you see Maxime Martin taken by a sister BMW driver, let alone a teammate.
But Lucas Law here throwing caution to the wind.
Lucas Law is absolutely, well, he is just such an amazing guy behind the wheel of a race car.
But he was being cautious, we felt, in the very first few laps of the race. Not being cautious now, he's on it. And there's the Team Parker Racing Audi just up the road ahead of us.
Watch under brakes. This is where you can really catch yourself out as the BMW tries to get the long way round. I think it was more a matter of Lucas Law just getting it stopped and has to fall in behind. The Audi just lost momentum in the middle of that right left. Back with Maxime Martin as they run up the hill. Just looking to see whether they're on slicks, aren't they?
I think they're on wets, aren't they? Yeah, I think they've only done one pit stop.
They may well have.
The pace, Lucas Law, and the commitment, if you were on slicks, then I think very brave. I think these are wet shot cars. Alvaro Parent has just come in again, so he was on slicks, he's got to get back to wet, and that then is going to compromise him.
Oh dear. Maxime Martin getting held up by the Audi up through Audi, having to back out of it and loses the momentum. Audi's got good straight line speed. We know the BMW really has to struggle in this part of the racetrack. Pulls out to the right to make sure that the Audi sees him, gets up alongside as he just manages to get the nose. But needs to be careful because the Pereira driven BMW directly ahead of him, and the Audi trying to get back at Maxime Martin, as is the Team Parker Racing, that lovely green, white and black colour scheme.
But Benny Simonson is driving, younger brother of the late Alan Simonson. He's behind the wheel at the moment. There is Maxime Martin then, and there is the leading car, or what was the leading car earlier on, Alvaro Parent. He is in to put wets back on.
An awful lot of muck on those air vents. The first time I picked, you mentioned it earlier, but just picking it up, that way that would have come from.
Is that just all the guns thrown up from what's in the road? It becomes
maybe,
wet, it
but you can see this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's had to go through all the air intakes, and that's exhausting air from the radiators. Why is it so hard to tell? Interesting. Another question for our intrepid pit lane reporter.
He's trying to keep out of the rain at the moment. How much is it affecting things? I mean, our gauge is what we can see on the window, and it's not quite as bad as I was expecting, but certainly the track has become wetter. And there, look, 5 and 6, they come in for slicks early, and within 4 laps, they're back in for wet tyres. So Phoenix got it wrong this time.
Well, what they do is they split their options. Audi work as a team. They maybe independently run teams, but they will split their options, and if you keep one on slicks and one on wets, somebody's going to be a winner.
That's true. And this time WRT wins, Phoenix loses. Of course, this is WRT's backyard. When you go to the Nordschleife, that's definitely Ernst Moser's backyard. The team is based just over the road from the circuit at the Nordschleife. There's 22. Olivier Pla brought the car in. I think it looks great in that livery, that car.
I mean, certainly it's a retro colour scheme, and I think a bit of colour variety. Because very often we see a lot of cars and there's a problem getting that Audi fired up. When you see a variety and going back to old school colours, bring it on. In fact, Nissan used that retro colour recently, and it's something that certainly I remember racing against Nissan when they were in that colour scheme. And still pouring down at start-finish line on the pit straight. I just wonder how long we're going to have this intermittent kind of weather pattern. It was meant to clear up later in the evening and then have a fair night where the cloud base would vanish and give the drivers a much easier time than they would have when you've got these changeable conditions. The most difficult thing for a driver at night time is when it is changeable, but it's going from a wet track when you can easily tell it's wet to that intermediate stage when it's beginning to dry. You're really looking for the color changes in the tarmac from the dark color of the wet track to the more grey of the drying line.
The two Phoenix cars going out together again, but of course they're now down in 41st and 42nd places. Marcel Fassler ahead of Christopher Mies. Looking at that, you'd think it was night time, but local time here, it's only 6:25.
Almost dinner time.
Almost dinner time, and there, look, right round the outside of the Black Falcon Mercedes goes a very brave Christopher Mies then, who gets himself up ahead of Maro Engel. Maro Engel has taken over from Bernd Schneider, and that car is going backwards. Those two Audi drivers are decidedly nonplussed about having to make an extra pit stop, and they're on a mission to haul the cars back into contention.
Well, remember, they are on brand new, fresh, wet weather tyres. This race leader, René Rast, is in, and that will be another set of brand new Pirelli wets as they do the refueling first, and once that's then complete, jacks will go up, or down in the case, and the four wheels and tyres will be changed. Nothing like a brand new set of razor-sharp edged wet weather tyres.
And so the refueling is done. They're two-part pit stops. You can't do anything else until you've refueled. And was there a problem there?
Yeah, there was a problem getting that right rear release. It sort of kind of stuck on the hub.
So that will put this car into the lead of the race, Pro Tem. It is Nico Bastian at the wheel of number 99, Mercedes. Don't rule out Mercedes. We know they're durable. We know they're good, solid cars. They like Spa with all that torque. They're good in the wet as well. So
it's a great long-distance car.
Absolutely right. There is René Rast, who will rejoin, I reckon, down in 4th place now. Jean-Carl Vernet went through a moment ago in the turquoise WRT Audi. There is Alexander Sims, who will be up into 2nd place overall now in the Barwell Motorsport running Curiacos BMW, and it's right gloomy again up at Mid-Com,
that's horrible.
isn't it?
That looks awful. You look down to the cars exiting Radio and then making their way up to Les Combes, and again on top of which the flare from the lights, and these are, I mean, unbelievably powerful headlights, but in this context they don't really add to the driver's visibility. They're there because it is mandatory in these conditions to run with your headlights on.
So Nico Bastian is now the pioneer, and lap times, remember when it was just at its driest, Adam Christodoulou did a 2:29, well now we're doing 2:45s, some a bit braver in the 2:42s, but lap times have shot up by over 10 seconds a lap. Right, that's Stippler that's in, isn't it? Yes, it is. The other WRT car that lost out under the first safety car situation. Rinaldi Racing's 333 Ferrari comes into the pit lane.
Good pit work. The guy on that right rear, certainly strong chap. They'll be able to swing the wheel and tyre around and just get it straight on the spline.
That team has really come on a pace this year. I know that last year with different drivers they were slightly compromised on occasions, but Norbert Siedler, Marco Seefried, very, very quick, and the team really has proved its worth. Of course, provisional winners at Monza.
I mean, Siedler and Seefried, as a partnership in sprint racing, a really, really strong package.
Yeah. Just to go back to Monza, they inherited the win, but the appeal is going to be heard on Tuesday, this coming week, by Grasser Racing Team. It went to the RACB, now it's going to the next process to see whether they can get their win back, but there's more about that, no doubt, in the next few days.
That's filthy up at the top
it is, isn't it?
Of Les Combes. There's René Rast on his outlap on those brand new wet weather Pirellis. The cameraman, you can imagine what he's feeling like up in the old cherry picker looking down. He may have a camera lockout shortly to get away from the elements.
Go rewrite his CV for a drier job, yes. René Rast comes out of Pouhon and accelerates his way down now towards the pith path. But the conditions, certainly on that section of the circuit, have deteriorated markedly in a very short space of time.
We saw that as they were coming up the straight, so the far end of the racetrack looks like it's getting the worst. As we go back to Kevin Estre, I think it's still Kevin Estre behind the wheel of the McLaren. So we've had all sorts of little dramas. This race started at 4:30. We're just 22 hours remaining, other than a minute, so just 2 hours into this race. Your rain to start, safety car interventions, and the track drying. Everybody then diving to the pits to go onto a set of slick tyres because that's the smart thing to do. And then they've just gone and done it, and the heavens open. And while the rain has eased compared to how it might have been 10 minutes ago, it is still, you can see just as the Audi comes in, the number 2 car comes into the pits. So it is still raining, not quite with the vehemence that it did do, as the, of course, BMW makes its way back out.
So conditions turning nasty, that is for sure here at Spa, as the rain continues to fall. There is Jean-Carl Vernet in the Leopard Audi. Another set of wets, another tank of fuel, out he goes. Track conditions and life at Spa, pretty miserable for everybody outside at the moment. And of course you can never second guess the elements here.
Is that dark, or was this, maybe it was just the...
It's the exposure, wasn't it?
Yeah, the exposure just sort of, the lens opened up. It suddenly looked like it was almost night time in the pit lane.
Peter Schochhorst in number 4 Audi in. And so now we're getting everybody through for their second stop because they've done 2 stints. Another 65 minutes have elapsed. And so I'll give you the race order next time around. It'll be shuffled again, rest assured. But I hate to say it, but in these conditions, I'm also half expecting another car to be found somewhere off the road. At the Demon Tweaks, Team Russia by Barwell BMW there. Johnny Cocker, Phil Keane, John Minshaw, Leo Machitsky. It's another Barwell run car going strongly. The Z4's due to be pensioned off next year for the new M6, but the Z4, it's a great car, that.
Oh, it's a supercar, but it's out of homologation, I believe. And the M6, to my knowledge, there is still no actual, here's the package, guys, yet delivered by BMW. So teams that are running currently Z4Ms are wondering, you know, we need to know what it's going to be, what's it going to cost. So other options are available, and BMW needs to get on with the programme on that one, I think.
This car is 6 at the moment, the Demon Tweak sponsored car. Johnny Cocker at the wheel, and they're charging on behind. Number 70, Mercedes, which is up into 7th place. Christophe Bouchou, hugely experienced driver, Christophe. He's won this race before, he's won most races, won Le Mans, he's won so many GT races over the years, but he's not somebody we see that often in Blancpain. Good to have him on the grid, and that shows you how bad the rain has become again.
Well, you can tell just how bad it is in the pit lane because, well, you can just see everybody is having to hide in the security and the comfort of the garages.
So the fight for 6th, Cocker versus Christophe Bouchou. And behind, look, the 2 VDS BMWs, new order, Maxime Martin and Lucas Law. Those 2 cars pit, so 2 more places gained. The VDS cars are creeping back up the order here. What we need to see, of course, they've gained over the Von Ryan McLarens. They're in the lead now. They're 1st and 2nd. I was about to say, we need to see where they are relative to those that have pitted recently. But with Parent's 3rd pit stop, these 2 cars now are 1st and 2nd.
But
yes,
how long before we have to see a safety car deployment for the 3rd time this afternoon for track conditions, because the rain falling again more heavily than it's done at any point since it began. You can see just how much standing water there is down at Eau Rouge. Very easy. You go through one lap, the next time through, the river that you manage to control suddenly becomes a flood. So that will be my concern, just looking to see upwards and skyward if the position regarding weather is so bad we will get that safety car deployment shortly.
Well, let's see what the experts think. Pierre Dieudonné has won here. He's with OJ now.
Pierre, from a WRT perspective, how is Spa going so far?
Well, quite good. Obviously, the conditions are very difficult for everybody. We've been a bit unlucky with the first safety car, with our number 2 car, because the safety car pulled in just in front of this car, and we lost half a lap like many other competitors. But luckily our number 1 car was behind the first safety car, and now it is leading, not comfortably, but it has a good lead. Also, with the weather, it was very difficult to manage, because for some time it looked like if it was good for slicks. Some cars stopped for slicks tires, but then it wasn't a good choice, because the rain came back, and we stayed on wet. So on that gamble, we took the right decision.
And it seems like a great decision, because just behind you we can see how heavy the rain is down here.
Yes, but that's very difficult to predict, and it's typically Spa. But there again, I think our weather guys did a very good job. We were informed that probably heavy rain was expected, but it was a 50% chance, and well, we guessed that it was better to stay on slicks, and apparently we took the right, or not for sure, we took the right decision.
Thank you very much, Pierre.
Thank you.
We have a full course yellow. The full course yellow is because of the track conditions. John suggested it could be a safety car. Well, it's a virtual safety car. It's a full course yellow. Everybody slows to 80 kilometres an hour, which is the safe things to do in these conditions. So that is why yellows are there. It was, as Pierre Dieudonné was talking, that the signal came. You saw the lights flashing, full course yellow. So everybody slows down. Now, this has a different effect than a safety car, because you have to stay at the same speed, so the gaps don't come down. There is a delta lap time, delta sector times. It is policed. If you go any quicker than that, there can be a penalty, but you don't catch up to the cars ahead, and so the gaps remain.
It's a more satisfactory way of controlling track conditions than having a circuit where you've got 2 independently placed safety cars. So everybody will now be running at the best part of 80 kilometers per hour. And in effect, they say this delta time, what we're seeing is a virtual safety car. But, you know, the conditions are, look at how bad it is as they go up through the first part of the entry into Blancpain. And it is just heavier as we look out of the commentary booth.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this has come at a great time for VDS because they can bring this car in, they can get a new set of wets on it, they can do a driver change and refuel it, and under a full course yellow, you only lose quarter of a lap, not half a lap, as you would under the safety car.
Nobody went over the white line.
Yeah.
Entry into the pit lane over the white line. Cardinals and both BMWs, in fact, are coming in. Both VDS cars are going to come in, whether they're going to have to stack them or not, but that's the decision that they've either made independently as drivers or as the team, as a collective.
But the time lost under the first safety car, I think they're about to win back here, or some of it.
It's on his heels because he knows he can't really... Well, he's just had to put his foot on the ground because you don't want to get into a car with wet soles on your race boots, particularly if they're leather soles. Some of the modern race boots are of different materials.
People used to wear overshoes, didn't they?
In the good old day, we used to wear Lewis racing boots, which were a very, very fine leather sole. 1 foot on a damp bit of tarmac, the things were sodden.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But used to be photographs of people wearing the sort of overshoes and then take those off the boots and get into the car. So new wets go on, full tank of fuel.
I mean, we've got this, I would call it virtual or full course yellow situation. And it is coming down heavier, I think, probably than at any point of this day so far, which was not, I suppose, part of the... Oh, and the second of the two BMWs gets going before. And I wonder why that was.
Interesting, yeah.
Slightly unexpected.
Yeah.
Normally the first car in would be the first car to leave, but in this case it wasn't.
But it happened the first time, didn't it? We saw them come in, Martin ahead of Laura, and go out, Laura ahead of Martin. Yeah. So it's quirky that one team seemed to be quicker. But under full course yellow, well, you won't lose that much, but they have changed track position, that's the key.
Oops. That's the danger, even going at the speed. But now we've got, I mean, everybody is crawling around and just trying to see out of the windscreen. You can just see how misty the windscreen inside the BMW has become, and of course the driver can't reach forward and clear that because he's held in place by his seatbelts. There should be a ventilation system on board to enable that to be looked after, and that's what happens when you come in, you stop, and there's the hot air. Big shunt under virtual safety car, Ferrari with a rear.
And it goes full safety car surely now.
This is coming out of Courbe. Paul Frere, the scene of an enormous accident last year. So medical car just arrives at the scene. So why did that occur? I suspect safety cars now being deployed. So we've gone from a full circuit yellow to a safety car. That's down at the Courbe. Paul Frere, 2 more cars have ended their race in an accident.
Yeah, Jean-Carl Vernet is one, a Ferrari off as well was the other. I just wonder whether that was one car driven by an AM, slower than the 80Ks, and one being driven on the requisite speed that came across it. Was that an overtake under the yellows?
Well, I don't know why would you be putting yourself in that position? You're not meant to in this full circuit, other than trying to get out of the way of the Nissan in the pits. So the 23 Nissan has been pushed back into the garage.
73.
73.
The Dolby car.
Oh, yes, it's a 73, yes.
Yes, the Sean Walkinshaw racing car, that one.
Why has that gone back in? With the colours of the national flag. And there's... What the heck's going on there? Oh, that's a replay of it.
No, it's not. He's trying to get
it back.
Drag it to the pits. Yeah, but the Ferrari is going nowhere. I'm trying to work out which Ferrari it is, but smash suspension on the Audi, he'll limp that back if he can, but as far as the Ferrari is concerned, that, I fear, is the end.
Well, I'm just concerned when you're going to see a car limping back at the speed it will be limping when you've got, even though everybody else will now be under the control of the safety car, look, it crabs its way back onto the racetrack, and hopefully it won't deposit substantial part. Look at the car, it's crabbing it at almost 45 degrees. If it wasn't serious, you'd almost be laughing.
So, the number 3 Audi limps to the pit lane. Let's hear again from Bas Leinders. They've just done a pit stop. How's that affected life at VDS?
Baz, if I could just drag away from the screens, a couple of seconds ago, very animated about the fact the safety car had come out again.
Well, no, I mean, there was a full course yellow, and normally it should be a countdown when the full course yellow is coming back in, or then it will go green. There was no countdown, it just said green, green, green. And then, of course, it was raining so heavily. I mean, in this situation, you should keep the full course yellow and not, because now we have the safety car. We had a crash, which was not needed.
You've been animated, I use that word again, about a couple of things that happened so far with the safety car. Is it upsetting your race at all?
Well, I think the first thing with the first safety car, which was not exactly the same. Hello, Mark. We lost some time there, and now we here. I mean, now we didn't lose at all, but it was a strange situation, and it creates accidents, and we should actually make sure that accidents don't happen.
Well, let's talk about the positive then. Your pit stops, you seem to choose exactly the right moment to bring both cars in.
Well, I don't know if it's the right moment. We will see at the end of the race if it was the right moment.
Thank you very much, Baz.
Yeah.
Mark van der Straten is the charismatic figure, the patron there in the background.
I mean, it's not dissimilar in his affections for his team members to Alexander Lord Hesketh,
yes,
who would try everything under the sun to plant his plump, podgy lips on anybody he could do. It was quite disgusting. Unless you're a team member, of course, it's all part of the way of being a member of that team.
Follow that. Matt Leiders then talks, no he doesn't, he listens strategy to Mark VDS, Mark van der Straten. And there is that 53? Which is out of the race. It was started by Marco Ciocci. We saw it spin under the safety car, didn't we, early on, remember? Coming out of Speaker's Corner. And who was at the wheel of it when it had its dramas there? He says hunting down the order. 50... It was Michele Rugolo.
Well, that's
Michele Rugolo is not a dummy.
Well, no, I can only imagine that he got caught up in something, which there's the Audi, the other partner in the crime, and it's headed back into the garage. Well, the rim is absolutely trashed. The bodywork is going to have to be replaced. Look at the damage to the rim. That's hit something extremely hard. I suspect it was a barrier rather than... But to take a wheel off a car, as the case of the Ferrari, that was a heavy impact, and unfortunately, we only caught the tail of it. They may not even have the incident, as it wasn't part of the main focus of the broadcast. So they're going to go to work on this car. It'll take them maybe a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Before it might be deemed possible. It depends whether there's any suspension or chassis leg damage. I mean, the chassis leg, the front of the Audi, is vulnerable. We saw Robin Freins in the opening round of the Sprint Series in Nagaro have a relatively innocent-looking accident, but the damage to the suspension leg that is integral to the integrity of the front car, the safety of the front of the car was damaged, and that could easily be the case of that Audi in the pits.
Now, Bentley with 03 on it is car number 7. It is third in class, but third overall. So Guy Smith is third. 8 is leading the race now because of the most recent round of pit stops. And Guy Smith has been picked up by this safety car, and that means that car 8, with René Rast in number 1 Audi chasing, have been able to escape up the road.
Isn't it ironic? The camera's located on the part of the windscreen that the wiper doesn't clear. And that's Sod's law. No, but there's 2 wipers. That means that the left wiper, isn't actually functioning. So there should be 2 wipers working. There we see. Oh, there's the number. That's third in class. So that is the Guy Smith car. So
yeah.
Why is it not showing up on the camera?
So it turns its way behind the safety car up towards the bus stop. And is this going to be a long safety car period as well? In theory, it's only a case of getting that car out of harm's way. I don't think there's any barrier damage done on the outside of Lecole, the second part of it, up towards the Paul Frere corner, as we were looking at it.
Well, I think it's just really a matter of getting the Ferrari onto the truck that will remove it to the Copacabana. Well, not
it
the
doesn't
last
feel
time,
like it,
not
does it?
like it was there the last time I was there. There was lots of action, quite different to what we're seeing there.
As for the music and fashion at the Copacabana, I fear that it is lacking somewhat at the moment. It's where you go to try and dry out or shelter from the rain. There's not much party spirit there.
Copacabana Palace. Ooh, the stories that...
Well, we have a safety car. Off you go.
No, I couldn't.
When John's book finally comes out, it'll be in there.
Don't do books, you know that, David. I told you a million times.
I know, I keep having a go at you about it. Right, we're behind safety cars still. The Jupiler is still to be consumed, and the race is being led by Maxime Soulet in the Bentley.
Give me your rating on a Jupiler.
Cooking lager.
Really?
Yeah, it's all right, it's passable, but it's what you drink while you're cooking, and then you go to something nice, like a Duvel or a Chimay. Or Lef Ruby. Lef Ruby they serve at Spa these days, and it's very quaffable. Yeah. As the cars make their way uphill, they're on lap 41 at the moment, and there into the pits has come Guy Smith. The Jaguar is coming through the pit lane as well. That car, remember, did so well at Silverstone, didn't it? Class podium for the Emil Frey Jag.
It has real moments in the sun, or as it happens here in the rain. So who's going to be behind the wheel of this? Guy Smith's handed the car over, having done best part of 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting because some teams said to me before the race that they were going to cycle through drivers, one stint per driver, but under these conditions, it's all really gone out of the window. They've had to think on their feet. No, it's not.
They just lie to us.
Well, they're
not going to tell us what they're going to do. They tell us what they want to. Look at that. I mean, it's now 6:45 in the evening. It's black as coal looking down the beginning of the Camel Straight, and as we get up to the top of the scene of 2 of the safety car interventions, the incidents coming in under braking, and the heavy damage there. The Jaguar now is stopped, and it has got that unique, I think there's no other car running a single wiper mechanism. Big wide sweep. Give that a lot of marks for
Ferraris. I think have a single wiper. McLaren, I think, has a single wiper.
All right, thanks for pointing that out.
Sorry,
you've done me a real
sorry,
favour
John,
there, Dave.
but only because they're just pouring over the line.
Yeah, the Ferrari has got a single wiper,
yeah.
Yes.
And that's the queue ready to leave the pit lane. And there, ready to join, is Maxime Soulet once he's cycled through his pit stop. Maxime Soulet did lead. So now, while the Bentleys have stopped, we've got René Rast back into the lead of the race.
So who's going to go back in? Will it be Maxi Buk or Andy Soucek?
Or are they going to leave, by the look of it, Maxime Soulet in for another stint?
Looks like they might leave Soulet in.
Yeah.
There's the car again. Now look how far back from that line, David, as you pointed out, the beam that they've been advised to stay sufficiently back from the beam that they don't trigger a false, almost a false positive.
That's right, yeah, false exit. If the beam stays open.
Look at this, real team rally. Dave Wilson, he thrashes his team into making that. Watch that wheel when you take it off; it doesn't roll. I mean, this is real automobile ballet as these guys go about the task of. I think it's fantastic to watch this. I mean, the guys are they're gym fit.
Makes a great noise as well as it rumbles away.
And doing it in difficult conditions because the level of grip in the pit lane is poor for those engineers doing the job, not just for the car on the racetrack.
M Sport, Malcolm Wilson's team. Matthew, his son, oversees the Bentley operation. Matthew himself has done quite a bit of racing in his early days. 51 Ferrari that was started by Matt Griffin, one of the Pro-Am cars. Now that is down in 32nd place, and the Jaguar has stopped a long way back from its 3-metre mark. But fingers crossed, it should be okay to leave the pit lane this time when the indication is given. So what was a full course yellow for rain has become a safety car period for an accident. Bas Linders talked about a green flag, but a green flag was never actually indicated on the timing screen. It may have happened on the circuit, but it never actually got to everybody because it was never on the screen. But we are now behind the safety car for the 3rd time because of this incident that has taken out Jean-Carl Vernet and Michele Rugolo.
Well, the Rugolo car ain't going anywhere except Parc Fermé, but Vernet's Audi is back in the pits and limped its way back, and the guys are delving into the Audi spare part for customer spare parts transporter, and they'll need a lot of body panels as well as a lot of suspension parts.
Absolutely right, as the cars then now work their way past the endurance pits, and the Jaguar and the Bentley have to sit and they have to wait. Bruno Spengler has pitted as well in number 9. Because of all of these safety car periods and because of the changing conditions and tyre changes, we've never yet seen what people can do in terms of fuel consumption and what people are doing in terms of a stint. Under green flag dry conditions, you're looking at 27 laps really is the benchmark, but we haven't been able to get anywhere near that.
No,
what we have.
They're going to be making fuel under these long safety car deployments.
So there you've got number 9 BM ready to go. And the wets are brought out because, apologies, not quite ready to go. They've done the fuel, but now the tyres have to be changed. There goes the Jaguar, the Emil Frey Jaguar, the only Jaguar in the entry. It's a project that has been a real struggle, but progress is now being made. Now, Andy Merrick has yet to get into number 7 Bentley, but the car is in 20th position, and the man from Chester is with OJ in the pit lane.
Andy, neither of the Bentleys have changed a driver yet.
No, I think in these changeable conditions, it's well worth having the same driver in all the time. Obviously, he knows the track. With a new driver going in, he's got to learn the conditions. So when it's changing like this, it's probably we're erring on the side of caution and just keep the same drivers in. They're both doing a fantastic job, and they know the car. So.
And what is Guy saying the feedback from the track is like? Because looking at it from here in the pit lane, the conditions look terrible. Yeah,
I mean, when it was sort of, you know, not too bad. It was in terms of the amount of rain. It was fine. It was just when they started aquaplaning. You know, I think that it was the right decision to throw the safety car and get us behind that, because it was just getting dangerous. You could see cars were really struggling to keep it in a straight line. So there's a long way to go. So you don't want to be making any mistakes yet.
The Bentley's a big car. Should be good in the wet.
Yeah, we've done some testing. We've got some good setup now. We've got obviously a year's experience from last year, and we've done the Spa 24 before. So yeah, it seems to be going well so far.
And when you look at the conditions out there, you talk about cars aquaplaning. Do you look at that with a sense of excitement or trepidation?
It's easier to sit in here and watch it than be behind the wheel. But as I say, Guy's doing a fantastic job. There's obviously the opportunity when it comes in conditions like this for us to make or to lose time in strategy. So the right calls are really, really important as well. But so far, M Sport are doing a fantastic job.
When there's still so much of the race left, does 20th position bother you at all?
No, not at all. At the moment, it's sort of, it's ebbing and flowing. I think at one point we were down in 38th, and then at one point then Maxime was leading the race. So you just got to keep to your strategy and make good decisions, and it's the last 2 or 3 hours that count now.
And some of the other team managers have been slightly confused by how the safety cars have worked under those periods. Have you had that here?
Yeah, completely. I think that first safety car was a real big shame, where it caught the first 3, the 2 McLarens and the Audi, but then split the Audi, and we got caught in that group, and we lost 2/3 of a lap there. So I understand the reasonings for it, but I think they need to look at how they deploy it, because it can ruin your race. Luckily, with these changing conditions, I think we've had the chance to fight back into a fair position, but it can have a big impact, so we don't want that later in the race.
Andy, thank you very much. Look forward to your stint.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yes, a fair point Andy Merrick makes, that at the moment, yes, people can sort of buy back the lost time because things are changing, because there are more incidents, but tomorrow it could be a different story.
I mean, I just wonder, Andy making the point there that you win or you lose by just where you happen to be in the track when the safety cars are deployed. But with the ability now to have what I would describe as a full circuit yellow or a virtual safety car, would it not be possible to get rid of one of the safety cars, go to a virtual safety car, and then when everybody is lined up as they need to be, then through the safety car to pick up the lead car, and then let everybody just follow behind that thing? It's certainly, for me, as a commentator, simplify it, and I would think that maybe the teams would be a bit inclined to go down that route too.
And that's what I thought was going to happen, because when I talked to Alain Adam the other day, he said, I'll put a full course yellow out, because the benefit of that instantly is that everybody slows down.
Yeah, I mean...
and if it's after 2 laps, it's a bit harder to manage, then we can go safety car. So clearly he's had a think about it.
I think that's Andy's point, that, wasn't necessary to throw the safety car when we could have done a full circuit yellow. No, that's the judgment the race director's got to make. But Spa as a racetrack, it's a Grade 1 Formula 1 FIA circuit. It's got all the electronics and the wiring around it to deal with a virtual safety car. And I just, all you have to do is add in the appropriate bit of electronics into the car. We could do away with this anomaly of 2 safety cars on a circuit that it can have a major bearing on the outcome of the most important GT race in the world.
And that's why I thought the full course yellow had been brought in, because here more than anywhere else it is of great use, but things in the race not turning out quite as was perhaps the game plan. But maybe it's also to do with weather conditions, which is why in the wet perhaps it's deemed that you need to get the safety car out and slow everybody down. However, not our call. Alain Adam is the man with the weight on his shoulders. He's trying to run the race, he's trying to juggle everything else that goes with it, like coordinate car recovery and make sure the driver safety is there. And got to say, it's not a job I'd want.
Well, they love it.
63 up into second place now, the Lamborghini Huracan. Mirko Bortolotti is there on 2 pit stops as well, so this has been a really good charge up through the order by Mirko. It's René Rast leading, Mirko Bortolotti second, Alexander Sims third and leading Pro-Am for Curiacos. Nico Bastian's Mercedes is fourth. Adrian Quaife-Hobbs has taken over from Alvaro Parent now, one of the few driver changes we've had up front, and Mike Parisi is sixth in his Bentley. Seventh now is Audi number 4, which is James Nash. Now, we've hardly talked about James yet, but that's a Pro-Am class Audi, and James is 7th. 8th is Lucas Law. 9th now in 24 is Callum McLeod. That's the Team Parker Racing AM category leading Audi. And then in 10th place is number 11, Michael Brozniewski, having taken over from Andrea Piccini. Maxime Martin gave way to Augusto Farfus, and that VDS BMW was in 14th place.
You know, somebody's got the right idea. Oh, I can smell those bangers already. You know, you used to be able to do that on some circuits when they lit up at night time. You go to Daytona, you go to Le Mans, you get the old Barbies fired up, and sometimes it really got your juices going.
Drivers do say that when you're in the car at night and people are having the barbecues, you can smell the food, you can smell the cooking, and
do you know why? Adrenaline raises the level of all your senses, your eyesight, your hearing, your touch. Most important of all, if you fancy a nice banger, is your sense of smell.
So, at the moment, there's very little adrenaline because we are still behind the safety car. The classification at the 2-hour mark had Maxime Martin in the lead. And bear in mind that although as people cycle through pit stops, the order continues to shuffle, at 6 hours, there are going to be points awarded. And so soon, teams are going to have to start thinking about where their cars are placed at the point-scoring mark. Now, we've been talking about how progress is doing for Lamborghini. Let's check up with Adrian Zaug in the pit lane with OJ.
Adrian, your car up to second position. You've been very much the quiet story so far.
Yeah, I think it was a big chaos with all this double safety car periods, and we took good advantage from that. We had some good strategies, so yeah, now we see us in P2, so looking good so far.
We've seen the Huracan go amazingly in the sunshine in hot conditions. What is it like when the weather gets changeable, especially here as it is at Spa?
Well, we weren't looking so strong in qualifying here, but I think we figured out what the problem was. We had an engine change on both cars. That's why we had to start that last on the grid. But it seems like it's working now, so looks good.
When the team management have to look at that, losing so many positions but to change the engines, it's not a decision taken lightly, but you think that's now going to work out?
It was definitely the right decision because we were definitely down on power, and we qualified very purely due to that fact. So it was the only right decision.
And as a driver strategy, how are you looking? Are you going to be double stinting, triple stinting, or just see how it goes?
Most probably double stint, possibly triple stint, depending on the conditions and everything. So we haven't decided yet.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
You're welcome.
So Adrian Zaug goes off to consider when he will be in the car. And the distinctive bright green Lamborghinis have certainly added a lot to the Blancpain Endurance Series this year. It's a great looking car, it's a great sounding car, maybe not quite as symphonic as the El Gallardo, but more successful. And interesting that Lamborghini, through Squadra Corsa, has gone with a different team. For so many years it was Reiter Engineering, synonymous with running the Lamborghinis. Gottfried Grass's team now taking over the project, and you've got to say, John, doing a very good job.
Yeah, I mean, I think the performance we saw on Monza, the car's debut, was absolutely stunning, and as you mentioned, the outcome of that race will be sorted out and judged in the appeal that's taking place next week. But the Huracan is a great race car, and people like Adrian Zaug and others in the team, they drive this car. I mean, Adrian Zaug takes part in the Lamborghini Trofeo events as well, so he's already familiar with the car. But to get from the back of the grid to the front of the grid just goes to prove that if you think and don't do stupid things in the car, you can actually make considerable progress. They benefited obviously by getting in and out of the pits when people were doing things. So
now let's hear from the race director. Let's hear from Alain Adam.
Safety car procedure is on until we get a better weather conditions. For the moment it's too tough to continue to drive like that, so the safety car procedure will be on for at least 10 more minutes.
Merci Alain. So Alain Adam, the race director, talking to us from race control. Another part of the feature of the Spa 24-hour broadcast this year is that we can hear from the race director, and when he's a bit less busy we might even be able to ask him a few questions as well, but perhaps not now while he's trying to juggle everything else. But that tells you that the safety car will stay out because of the conditions.
But the conditions at the lowest part of the circuit are beginning to look like they've reached the worst, although the car's not travelling quickly, but compared to where you see them coming up the straight, those conditions to me look more severe than we're seeing. So maybe while the rain is still falling, it is certainly nowhere near as severe as it was 10 minutes ago. And we've got another 10 minutes of the safety car, and then another judgment will be made as to whether to bring the safety car in or to go back to racing.
The trouble is you've got the rain falling, but the standing water that it's adding to, so there are all these extra dramas for the poor old officials to consider. That shows you how bad it is up, as John's been saying, the highest point of the track up at Les Combes. So the cars turning their way through the right, the left, the right, and still the race being led by number 1 Audi. But if you think, well, it's a foregone conclusion, WRT and Audi always win at Spa, well, far from it. This has been a very, very difficult race thus far. Now the teams have really earned their corn, just trying to get the cars this far. So the rain is falling at Spa once more as the cars behind the safety car head to the line. It was a wet start to the total 24 hours of Spa, with a front of the grid containing Audi and McLaren, and when the race got underway, it was on a very wet road indeed. Although there was talk of a safety car start, it was a proper live getaway. The lights went to green, and Frank Stippler from pole position was a little bit slow away. That allowed Kevin Ash to take the lead from Alvaro Parent. The McLarens of Von Ryan Racing running 1-2 as they battle their way through the first corners. Frederic Verviche was an early casualty as he just clipped the side of Jean-Carl Vernet's similar Audi, a spin, and then he had to rejoin right at the very back of the pack. Tony Villander was somebody else in strife early on in the race. He went off the road. It was a brake caliper that was the issue. That had to be sorted in the pits. Guy Smith was working his way up the order, passing the Mark VDS BMW of Maxime Martin, and not many people get past Max around Spa. But then we had the first drama of the race when Gilles Duquesne had a big off at the top of Les Combes. The Ferrari hit the barrier, and with damage to the front, it was enough to render the car out of the race. But, you know, safety cars breed safety cars, and it wasn't long before the safety car was back out. Karim Auger had a big off at the top of Les Combes. Same point, he hit the barrier, got airborne as he bounced off it, and that was enough not only to bring out the safety car for a damaged BMW, but also for repairs to the Armco as well. Under the safety car, conditions started to dry. A frustrated Karim Auger walked away. Some cars benefited as ever, some cars lost out under the safety car conditions, the 2 safety cars in use around Spa. But the real fascination under the slow period like this was that the weather was improving, and some teams took an early gamble to come in to go onto slick tyres. Before that though, Mark VDS had to cycle both of its cars through. The track workers were still busy trying to get the Armco barrier sorted out, but the dry line was coming. Bentley's 8 and 7 made their pit stops, blasted back into the race, still under safety car conditions though. Alvaro Parent had to ease his way into the queue when the cars were released once more from the pit lane behind the safety car. As they did so, the Emile Frey Jaguar failed to get going. The Armco repairs continued, the track continued to dry out. It wasn't long before teams started to try something clever on the strategy, to roll the dice to see whether it was worth bringing the cars in, get them onto slick tyres and lose less time relatively under safety car conditions. The green flags flew, the race was back underway. And as the cars stormed their way down towards La Source, there were plenty of people trying to work their way back into contention through the traffic. René Rast inherited the race lead, but then, within 4 laps of some going onto slicks, the rain came again. Those that had gone onto slick tyres had to come back in for a new set of wets. That, for example, compromised Phoenix Racing, that had rolled the dice early. That was a squad that lost out massively under the change in the weather conditions. And those that stayed out on wets benefited hugely. battles were on. So, that was for sure, as Christopher Meese tried to work his way up the order in number 5, Marcel Fassler in number 6, both of them busy squabbling with the Mercedes. Barwell cycle 79, the Ecurie Ecos car, back into the race. We had a full course yellow as the rain came down even more strongly, but it wasn't long before the safety car was needed after an accident that took Jean-Carl Vernet's Audi and Michele Rugelo's Ferrari into the barriers. The rain is still falling. The light is fading. Spa is a treacherous place once more. René Rast leads this car because up into second from the back of the grid is 63, Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel. So it's been a very eventful first few hours of the race. And as the cars now still behind the safety car work their way up over the line. This wave containing number 6, Audi at the head of it, which is Marcel Fassler. Frank Stippler, by the way, the pole position man, we've hardly mentioned after the first safety car period because he was dealt a bad hand really in that, but Stippler down in 15th place.
Yeah, but Frank Stippler and basically that car, well, they'll just make their way Nico Müller and Stefano Telli, who might be the hot rod of the partnership. But you know, they've been there before, they understand. I mean, if anybody understands a 24-hour race, it's Frank Stippler. He knows that we're just under 2.5 hours into this race, 21 hours and 25 minutes to go. You know, okay, you're down in 12th, 15th, whatever place. So many things are going to have a bearing on your race, and they're not going to be things that you've got control of. Notably, right now, we're seeing this very changeable and rapidly changing weather front that's coming through. It is part of racing, and Spa-Francorchamps just constantly has a bearing, and it comes in so quickly that even the meteorologists that the teams employ, you know, they're working overtime to try and keep the teams ahead of the game.
A little earlier, we talked about 888 BMW having a drive-through penalty for a pit infringement. It was that they changed the rear wing on that car in the pit lane rather than in the box in the garage. So that's why that car got a drive-through. And as a consequence, it has of course dropped down now into 30th place, Joe Osborne at the wheel. 50 Ferrari has now Alexander Moiseev at the wheel of it, having taken over from Riccardo Ragazzi. It's the Kaspersky Ferrari, and it is down in 24th overall, but 3rd significantly in the AM class. This is the second wave of cars. 2 safety cars in use, 2 queues therefore, over the timing line.
It's almost as clear as gin, and that long shot looking up to Les Combes. So the car's actually coming down through the corner with no name, or press corner. So those conditions are beginning to, the rain has eased considerably. It's just the level of water on the racetrack deemed to be unsafe currently for the race director to release this field back to racing conditions.
84 Bentley is in 6th place at the moment, Mike Parisi at the wheel, and its team manager is being summoned to race control immediately. So is this for a pit infringement potentially, in which case the story begins here. That car could be another one that drops down the order. We'll wait and see, but 10 minutes or so with the safety car out. Peering out of the window, I would suggest the rain has stopped over here.
I think it has. I mean, it's been stopped, I think, for the last, nearly 5 minutes.
Wow.
The trouble is that as soon as you say something like that and you look around and you can see, look how much more visibility there is. You couldn't have seen those trees in the background, 5-10 minutes ago, because it was just a blackout. There's still a small amount of rain falling, but it's considerably reduced from peak when we had this safety car, first of all a full circuit yellow, and then the safety cars came back out on track.
And just to confirm, Michele Rugelo's car has been declared a retirement, so too Carrie Mauger, so too Gilles Dequesne's car. We'd heard from the teams in those contexts anyway that the cars were beyond repair, but the timing screen now puts into grey those cars that are abandon, are retirements. Michele Rugelo's Ferrari is the next, so we've lost 3 early on in the race. Once again, the Spa 24 Hours delivering drama aplenty.
Well, if conditions remain as they are now, and there's a lot of clear sky, or not clear sky, but certainly the visibility massively improved, I think we may well see this race get underway within that 10-minute window that we heard the race director announce just some minutes ago.
So as we have the field pouring over the line, some cars making their way downhill. That shows you just how the elevation changes are around Spa. Cars coming downhill, and then even lower coming onto the pit straight is that other group of cars. So pity the cameraman standing out in this, pity the marshals as well, working in shifts to keep the race on track. And in race control, the race director with a bank of screens with a team of assistants to keep an eye on pit lane infringements, on driving times, on whether it's the right person indicated in the car compared to what the timing screen says. A lot to do. Nissan getting ready for a pit stop then. And here at Spa, it's approaching 7:10 local time. And what has been a pretty wet and horrible day. It's not just that the rain has come for the 24 hours, it has been like this from 7 o'clock this morning. And all the races have been affected by the weather. Lots of support races take place this weekend. It's a real feast if you're a motor racing fan, with single-seater, one-make saloon, one-make GT cars all in action before you get to the 24 hours. But as I say, all of them have been affected by the weather.
Now, one lap ago, that camera shot, you could see the trees in the background. Now they've gone again. And that's how quick the conditions here do change at Spa.
Yes, there was a round of a different GT championship here a month ago, and the rain started on the formation lap, and it was spitting with rain halfway around. By the time they got to the bus stop, it was proper rain, and there was no option, because they were all on slicks, but to delay the start, and that was another race official's nightmare. But this, of course, is a race that will continue for the 24 hours. Only unprecedented circumstances stop it, like it did last year when we had to have that race suspension for the hour. But at least with full course yellows and safety cars, the race director can keep the race running, albeit under controlled conditions like this.
And I think also, and I think in fairness, the majority of the competitors have respected their responsibilities.
Yeah.
They learned last year was just frankly awful, and I hope that the lessons have been learned. They were hard lessons for some people. And I just hope that that has sunken in. But of course, the race started in wet conditions and has fundamentally remained in wet conditions, other than that brief moment for about 5 laps when slick tyres were available and used by some people, but they, having used them, then had to once again go back into the pits, an additional stop to return to the full wet weather tyre, which no doubt will have had a bearing on their overall track position. I mean, talking in the case of BMWs and other cars, they changed to slicks, they had to go back on again to the full wet tyre.
Yeah, you talk about last year, one of the biggest talking points was that incident that did stop the race that befell Marcus Mai. Marcus, although he's not here this year, was at Monza for the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series and remains a big enthusiast of the race and of the championship. He says, about 90% fully recovered after what was a monumental accident. One of his co-drivers, Steve Earle, who is still here this weekend driving the 111 equivalent Ferrari, he's a spinal specialist, so he went with him to the hospital and helped the immediate care. It's a nice interview with Paul Trustwell on Daily Sports Car if you want to know more about Marcus and his recovery. But the good news is that he's okay, and although we may not see him racing Blancpain again, he still has a very keen interest in it. He may well be watching now, in which case it's good to have your company, Marcus. I'm glad that you're okay after what was certainly a nasty moment last night.
It was a pretty horrendous injury that Marcus suffered, and he was cared for by the striker workers and obviously transported to an extremely good trauma hospital in the region.
But 2015 Spa 24 Hours brings more pit stops. This is the 23 Nissan coming here on the back of that win at Paul Ricard. And okay, the balance of performance here isn't so kind, but it was a great result for Bob Neville's team at Paul Ricard, and one that Bob and his merry men have worked so hard for so long.
Yeah, I mean, it's with a car that we know has got huge potential. Not every racetrack suits the car, but certainly Paul Ricard did, and we know at Monza, where we've seen in the past where Alex Buncombe has led that race. So on the faster circuits, the strengths of the car play to those qualities, and somewhere which is much slower, twisty, then it's not quite such a nimble combination as some of the competitors it's in battle with.
So there's been a driver change. 23 about to rejoin down the Formula One pits. And there is the Attempto Racing Porsche back in. Well, that's done quite a lot of pit activity thus far in the race. It's already had 3 pit stops, and it was Frank Schmickler that brought it in. I think I'm right in saying that Frank has been in the car since the start, but now there is a driver change going through. A new set of wets can go on now the fuel has been put into that car.
It all seems really quiet in the pit lane. There's just no action there. We see another car, that's the Nissan, I think, making its way down the pit lane. This is the endurance pits. Now it's going to have to come to a standstill unless the red light, the lights are green, and again, pull out at 50 kilometers per hour. So the Nissan has to sit and wait, and the interminable as the Porsche trundles down behind it. And this interminable wait until the safety car, well, here it comes. So in this case, not as bad as it could have been. So once this line of cars has passed the trigger point, which is on the exit of La Source hairpin bend, then the Nissan, the Porsche, and I can't quite see what's behind it, can be released, and they'll be rolling actually relatively shortly, I want to assume, because the last car should have triggered that. There is the Nissan. Lights have gone green, 50 kilometers per hour until it goes across the white line, which is, where is the white line looking for? Well, short shifting even in these conditions. Stay inside the line, Alex.
Yeah, car's on its way uphill, back into the race then. Safety car staying on track. In fact, Alex Buncombe has given way to Wolfgang Reip now. 84 Bentley there, under investigation. Now, remember a little while ago, it was alongside the Audi that's now behind it, up at Les Cons. We'll find the footage again of that in a minute. We'll have a look at it. But the safety car is in this lap, but 84 is under investigation for potentially overtaking under the safety car procedure. So, safety car is going to be in at the end of its next lap, and we will go back to racing conditions once more.
One of the Grasser Lamborghinis just caught that going into the pits.
Bortolotti.
So that will be, again, a timely pit stop, because when that car is recycled, in theory, when it gets to the pit lane exit, it should be able to go straight back on track.
Indeed so, because it hopefully can join a queue for the next safety car. Why do you have to wait for a queue? It is so that cars are released willy-nilly, and therefore they go too quickly to catch up to the crocodile. They have to join the queue, and therefore straight away are at a controlled pace when they rejoin the track. That's the reasoning behind it. It might look odd, but there is some science for it. So we're going to go racing again soon, and it's just gone 7:15 local time.
Be a bit of a shock for some of these competitors, because they've been trundling around behind the safety car for almost, what, 20 minutes or so, with pretty good visibility.
Yeah.
You know, they're all relatively closely bunched together. So if you happen to be in the mid of this pack, or the tail of this pack, when you get onto the quicker parts of the racetrack, your visibility is going to go to just a white out or whatever. You're not going to have any visibility forward at all. So you need to use your reference points and your peripheral vision to be able to actually be clear as to whereabouts on the racetrack you are, and that's as fundamental as that.
There's 22 Nissan, and ignition is fired on. The car waved away. Down the pit lane it goes then. So the safety car in imminently.
Yeah, the lights are out.
Yeah, here we go. And what's at the front of this queue?
333, is it?
It should be, which is Norbert Siedler at the wheel. So that is a car in 18th place overall, and comes up to the timing line, and we are racing once more then. So these cars are released on the other side of the circuit. The second wave should be in a leading car. René Rast will be in the mix that has just come out of the bus stop. Here's the second group being released as the others head down to La Source. The rain is falling, the spray is being kicked up as now the cars are at race pace once more. And out of La Source they plunge downhill again.
Yeah, Shane van Gisbergen in the McLaren. Second car in this line of cars coming down. So the New Zealander back into a McLaren, had that wonderful victory at Silverstone, the 3-hour event there. And but as tough as it gets, even probably tougher than Mount Panorama. You know, Louis a New Zealander, but you know, Antipodeans, so battles all through the field. Ferrari just flies by the Porsche up the hill.
But it's a good point you make about Shane van Gisbergen, and it's relevant now that he's behind the wheel of the car, because his reputation in Australia is that he is web-footed. He has made his name by being an absolute star in the wet, and it's a bit on the damp side now. So Shane van Gisbergen, I think, now could well deliver on what people back home know he can do.
Well, if he could do better than Kevin Estre, I will be impressed.
Well, let's see. Green flags for the second gaggle of cars as they come over the timing line. So we're back racing, 21 hours and 11 minutes to go. It's been pretty busy already, but as the cars head down to La Source, there, look, you've got the Phoenix Racing Audis with the Black Falcon Mercedes sandwiched betwixt the two. Oops. And down to La Source comes there, through the gloom, the Leonard Motorsport AMR Aston that Michael Meadows started. And Ferrari battles going on. You've got the Dragon Speed car number 100, the American entry. Elton Julian, one of the drivers in that, ex-British Formula 3 racer, and he's just got himself up past the Sport Garage car.
I always wonder why, of course, they dominate the to some degree, Pro-Am categories, but I never really see a full-on pro Ferrari 458 from AF Corse.
No. Unless it's all to do with money, because there's money in if you're running a Pro-Am. Hush. Oh, is that it?
The M word is never spoken.
Ah, right. A drive-through penalty has been given now to number 41, and that is another of the Sport Garage cars. It was the one that expired coming into the pit lane. Gilles Vannelet, Gabriele Lancieri, Enzo Guibert and Eric Carroll. But that now has to serve a stop-go, and up the inside of the Sport Garage car goes 99 Mercedes, which is still Nico Bastian at the wheel.
He's doing a blinding job. He's going to be into his third stint, and he was literally crawling over the curbs coming into Les Combes and got through the system, got through the sequence, and no contact, and continues. But the whole thing of keeping a driver in, Andy Merrick alluded to it. You know, the guy is absolutely a part of the race car and the racetrack, albeit in such varying conditions. Shane van Gisbergen is catching up to the tail of the 333 Ferrari. And the bearded, and he's a big old bloke, Shane van Gisbergen. You want to meet him in a dark night. You know, he'll probably want to mirror that Ferrari as quickly as possible.
The car is up into 18th place overall, so he takes over from Kevin Estre. Rob Bell, the other driver, there, look, serving its penalty, a drive-through number 41 for the pit stop infringement. The nature of the infringement I'll try and get to the bottom of, as there you can see another of the AF Corsa fleet. That's the one that Delanda had in the ground in the Bennett's pit box earlier on. And it has got itself now with Cedric Sprezioli at the wheel to 50th overall.
So there is Van Gisbergen. And he hasn't quite got the speed in the straight. The Ferrari traditionally are really, really strong on circuits where top speed is a significant part of the lap. So momentum is now sort of disappearing. So Van Gisbergen wants to do the best he can as quickly as possible. He doesn't want to be stuck behind the Ferrari and then have his pace dictated by that of the Ferrari. 17th place, but Seidler behind the wheel. Again, great views over the forests and the hills that make up this Spa-Francorchamps racetrack that drop down from the corner with no name down into the double-handed Pujo. It's one of those corners you always feel I could have taken as the race leader goes through. And still René Rast behind the wheel of that car, and well, at least when he finishes this stint, this is going to be his last stint, he'll be able to get back in. He may not even need to dry off, assuming that Audi produce a waterproof car, unlike the days in the past when Group C cars used to fill with water because there were gaps everywhere, and once the water got in, it was a job to get it out. So he can go away and relax, have something to eat, and you know, enjoy his teammates.
Now the Giz is about to make a move here against Norbert Seidler, isn't he? This is for 17th place overall. They're in different classes, but it's a proper battle for position. And trust me, the Giz in the wet is an absolute star, and he's about to hopefully make good on this. He's getting onto the back of the Ferrari. Shane van Gisbergen then, star of the Australian V8 Supercar Championship and indeed of the New Zealand V8 Series in the winter months, comes now up towards the timing line, and he's on the back of the Ferrari. He should be able to make a move at La Source here.
Yeah, well, he changed his whole line in the middle of that final chicane to try and get a really good shot out of the corner, but he gets up and alongside, and that was a well thought out manoeuvre by Shane van Gisbergen. Whether he's good or bad on the way, he worked it out. I've got to get the acceleration out of that final bit of the chicane, turn 19, to give me the drive, to give me that momentum, and to get alongside the Ferrari before we get into the braking zone, and therefore I can take control of the corner. And Norbert Siedler recognised it and didn't fight him or didn't try to block him. You know, he knew when he was beaten, and that's a driver not just driving but actually thinking about what he's doing.
So the place gained, and that puts Shane van Gisbergen up into 17th spot now. The next target for him is going to be a long way up the road, in fact, now, because number 19, Fabio Babini, in the Lamborghini will be the next one to attack, but he's a long, long way ahead. So van Gisbergen now just has to get his head down and try and chip away and bring down that margin.
Well, if you follow the principle of the teams so far, I'm talking about the teams that are really at the sharp end of this race, you're going to see Shane van Gisbergen going in to the night hours. It will be probably dark by the time he finally steps out of the McLaren, and that car then will be passed down the line, and he will be, I would imagine, with Rob Bell taking over, and again a little bit of busy entry into the pit lane, the McLaren that was Alvaro Parent,
and the Bentley
directly behind it,
has a drive-through for overtaking under the safety car. Remember, it was under
we never saw the reason, we just were given the report.
Well, it was up at the con. We talked about it at the time, I think. We wondered if it was an overtake or not, but they've looked at it and they reckon it was, as the weather gods have got yet more for us.
Well,
John.
I mean, if we have an evening with that lovely light sky, will be wonderful. You know, I don't want to see a premature darkness fall on the racetrack. It's dark enough for long enough. So if we had maybe a couple of hours of light sky and a drying track and getting back on the slicks and, you know, going motor racing in the real manner on a dry track, I would love that.
79, Alexander Sims, he's done a Leviathan stint in that car, hasn't he? He's been in it since the start, a bit like René Rast. They'll have to crowbar him out of it. But Alexander, a good, safe pair of hands, BMW ambassador.
Yeah.
And heading off down towards the right-hander at Bruxelles now. So René Rast is the race leader. In second place is Alexander Sims. In third place it is Nico Bastien. And Lucas Lohr is up into fourth place now for Marc VDS.
Well, you've got BMWs in second and fourth place, as we see the McLaren, and back is in. Actually, I don't know why we're watching this. This is a replay, because that McLaren came in ahead of this Bentley doing its drive-through about a minute ago. It's taken a heck of a long time to get from the pits, the Grand Prix pits, down to the endurance pits.
Indeed. There's your Pro-Am leader, Alexander Sims. Second in the class at the moment is the sister car run by Barwell under the Team Russia label, which is driven by Johnny Cocker at the moment. Third in the class, James Nash with WRT. Fourth in the class is number 11, Ferrari, with Michal Brozniewski at the wheel. Fifth is 333, Norbert Siedler in the Ferrari, and then sixth in the class, currently number 71, which is the Mercedes that's got Indy Doncia at the wheel of it. So that's how we look in Pro-Am at the moment. Seventh in Pro-Am is where you find the, next to the Bentleys, in fact, 83, which is one of the HTP cars, and that's got Fabian Hampracht driving. You can see how the rest of the class looks. But for Mark Lemmer's team, one of the BMW Sports Trophy operations that are here, the customer program, its car is leading. Team Russia, they're studying the data. Leo Machitsky is the man in the overalls there, the far end of the shot. And look how bright and look how much drier it looks on the pit straight.
Because the Audi's now driving into really, the BMW driving into what is actually quite a nice evening. But listen to the engine. What a great pair of lungs that BMW's got. Listen to the roar. Oh, brings a tear to your eye.
It's a great noise, that.
Somebody's wallet too,
Yes,
I thought.
Very successful car it has been in GT3, and we've got a yellow flag out on track somewhere. Now, why is that?
Well, it's in Sector 2.
It's 42 that's been slow. So turn 11 is under a yellow flag. Car 42 had stopped and got going again. That was why we had a yellow. 42 was being driven by Tony Zamon. Right, René Rast had just put a lap on the Oman Racing Team Aston there that you caught a glimpse of.
Well, did he do that in a yellow zone or a yellow flag zone?
Good question, let's see.
Or did it just happen to be the Aston was close to the tail of the Audi at that particular point? McLaren. Oh, that's interesting. Shane van Gisbergen into the pits.
So, as he comes then down the pit lane, that car
and
got
René
itself
Rast
up
as well.
16th. Yeah, René Rast in also. Well, that should be a driver change, surely, in that car now.
I would think. I mean, he must be coming up close to the maximum permissible amount of time you can do in one stint. Oh, sorry, in one driving stint, which would involve the start plus 2 pit stops.
Yes, your maximum in any one go is 3 hours and 15 minutes. Then you have to have a minimum of 1 hour's rest under the regulations.
Just coming up to the 3-hour mark, and actually you get a sense that everything's settled down. I know I'm tempting fate, I know that the clouds will burst, but as I look above me the clouds are breaking, not bursting.
But you're right, it does feel calmer.
It is much, there's an element of serenity has fallen over the circuit.
But this ain't going to be serene for much longer. This is the fight for third place. Nico Bastien ahead of Lucas Lohr. And so now as conditions are improving, he says finding some wood to touch, down towards the bus stop they come. Lucas Lohr, who was way down early on, we were concerned he had a problem. Well, now he's making a move up the inside. Nico Bastien nowhere near as experienced as Lucas Lohr. This is going to be very hard for Bastien to keep at bay Lucas Lohr for much longer. Behind them, look, Johnny Cocker in the largely green Team Russia by Barwell Z4 coming up towards the timing line now. But Nico Bastien, who's raced around here in the German GT Championship, he's racing the VLN, he's on a lot of mileage, he's keeping a real star behind him. There is Johnny Cocker, who runs now in 5th spot. 6th in the Bentley is Maxime Soulet, and 17th, the next car through, is Greg Gilbert in the blue and white Santalok Audi. So battles now are starting to become genuine ones because we can see them attacking on the track. It's not just down to pit stops.
And then we were just keeping an eye on Lucas Lohr, who will be all over the back of Nicky Bastien as they come up over radio. But the Mercedes has just got that little bit of a straight line advantage. Certainly he can consolidate the gap, and it's all up to Lucas Lohr in the midsection, the sort of sector 2 of this 3-sector circuit, 70 kilometers, 19 corners. It's the middle sector that Lucas Lohr needs to try and maximise all that he has got with the BMW. And this is where Nicky Bastien's going to really have to go, already going defensive as they come down into Bruxelles, but the BMW not really in a position to offer a threat.
But look who's ahead of them, René Rast's car now with Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel. So they've caught up to him. Alexander Sims will take over the lead. So there you've got the Audi 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bastien ahead of Lucas Lohr. So the number 1 Audi only lost 1 place on that pit stop. So a driver change, fuel and tyres done. Getting back into the race as now Lohr 4th. He's on the back of the Mercedes.
He's got a chance if he can get himself alongside. It's going to be a tough ask as they come out of Pujol into Fagnes. He's going to go one way. And there's no way available now, but all he will try and do is use slightly different lines, different part of the racetrack. The Mercedes is a big car, physically large car, taking up a lot of the racetrack. So again, stout defense. Mercedes snakes under braking as it turns in the campus. Now Lucas Lohr right under the rear wing, and the Mercedes will be quicker through the Cour Paul Frere. But again, once you get into a straight line, the Mercedes, they'll be able to use all that torque and power. And Lucas Lohr, all he can do is sit there and spit feathers, basically, because in a straight line he can't do an awful lot. A little bit of an opportunity through Blancpain, looking to get a run, get alongside. He's coming up alongside, a little bit higher speed on the exit of Blancpain, but he's on the wrong side as they come up into the chicane. He won't be able to go the long way around, I think. But he's done it. And of course, that's aided by Bastien going into the pits. Been great work by Lucas Lohr to harry the Mercedes all the way. He didn't know the Mercedes was coming into the pits. If he had known that, he wouldn't have done what he had to do.
Indeed so. Alexander Sims is in as well, and so what that means is Laurens Vanthoor leads the race, Lucas Lohr is 2nd, and the margin is 3.5 seconds between them. So from safety car periods to different pit stop strategies, they've done now 3 stops for the Audi, 2 to the BMW, and it's 3.5 seconds. Here they come. There's the Audi that leads the race, Laurens Vanthoor, and wait for the BMW, which is there. The set of headlights coming up Eau Rouge. Lucas Lohr, 3.5 seconds back. That is the margin.
You wouldn't have thought that after the first safety car intervention.
No way.
Everything was thrown up like a pack of cards. Everybody was out of position, got caught out by the safety cars being deployed from 2 different parts of the circuit. But it all washes out, literally. It is part of 24-hour racing. What you lose on one hand, you pick up on the other. Santa Lock. The lights flashing to get Johnny Cocker. Is it Johnny behind the wheel still or not?
It is, yeah. Somebody else doing a long first stint. There's 99, Nico Bastian's Rover Racing, Rover Oil's Mercedes to go back down the pit lane.
Will that be Juncadella, Stepp, Düsseldorf? We will wait and know when the transponder tells us.
Danny Juncadella is quick in the DTM, ex-Formula 3 champion. So there's the leader. There is Laurens Vanthoor. WRT running the new car, the R8 LMS, and of course putting into it the winning combination of drivers from last year, Rast, Vanthoor and Marcus Winkelhock, who has yet to go. The AM class at the moment is being led by a British team, 8th overall. Callum McLeod, former British Formula 4 champion, driving for Stuart Parker's team. He leads. His main rival when he won the Formula 4 title was one Nick Tandy, of course, Le Mans winner this year. Second in that class at the moment is number 10 Ferrari, which is part of the ACA ASP fleet. Jean-Philippe Belloc was the start driver in that car. And then the third within the amateur category at the moment is 28, which is Emmanuel Ojabal with the Delahaye Racing Team Porsche.
Within this number 1 Audi, there is obviously great internal competition in a positive fashion between René Rast and Laurens Vanthoor as to who is the Audi Meister. So Vanthoor in the car. So just looking at Nissan 23, is being manhandled around Les Combes, slipping and sliding.
So there's 23 Nissan making its way down through Bruxelles, and as we look at the car, we can hear from one of its earlier drivers, because Alex Buncombe has decided to come and shelter from the rain. And a bit heart in mouth, Alex, this, isn't it, watching your car in a big fight?
Yeah, you could say that. The conditions have been certainly challenging at the start of the race. Obviously, I made the start, and to be honest, I've never had such bad visibility up into Les Combes. Yeah, it was literally as we got to the top of Radion, we were on and off the throttle just constantly. So yeah, obviously not wanting to have any contact. Yeah, and then every decision that we made, unfortunately, as a team, was the wrong one. Unfortunately, with the first pit stop was too late, and then it just got dry enough, I thought, for slicks. So I came in the box for slicks, which I think was the right call. I went straight out there and did a 2:30, I think, on my first flying lap. I think I set a purple middle sector. So yeah, the car was feeling good, and then raindrops on the screen again on my second lap. So
Alex, we're riding on board with your car right now. What are the car's strengths? Is it in the rain, or is it really more a dry weather car? Because some cars runs very wide coming out of Boonville. I didn't want to sort of chat, but I mean, some cars really are good in all conditions. Some cars work better in the dry, some work better in the wet. Where does the Nissan stand?
This car does work particularly well in the wet. This morning in the warm-up, I only did 2 laps, and then I let Chio do the rest of the session because he's not been around here in the wet before. And to be honest, the car felt fantastic. I was P1 at the end of my second lap in the warm-up session, so car was feeling mega in the wet. I think its strength in the wet is that the traction seems great, which in the dry it's not, which is really odd. And it's high speed balance. You know, really, that's its strength. So up here through Rouge, it really hangs on to the rest of them up there. So yeah, obviously a frustrating first 2.5 stints for me. So can't wait to get back in the car.
But as they say, there is a long way to go. While we've got you, talk us around a lap of Spa. I know the conditions are a bit different from what you had, but
sure,
still greasy.
So, yeah, so just brake slightly offline on the way in. There's a bit more grip, down to 3rd gear, occasionally 2nd if you run a bit wide. Short shift up to 3rd now. A little bit wide there because this track does change quite a lot with how much rain, whether you go online or offline. So I found here it was best to stay tight all the way around this one here, and then short shift to 3rd like Wolfgang just did, and then again a little bit offline here, little bit more grip. That curb there on the exit is particularly slippery. You cannot touch that, otherwise you'll be off on the grass. And into Pouin down to 4th gear again, middle of the road. I mean, it looks like we're being a bit lazy, but we're really just trying to find the best part of the track for the grip, and through there seems to be the middle. You can actually use that curb like Wolfgang just did there on the exit, and then up to Piff Paff down to 3rd gear. I find it good to keep both of the curbs through here. Some cars go wide on both, but I find it good to keep tight there. A little bit of rev limiter into 3rd gear occasionally there, down to 2nd. Again, I think on line through this corner's good. Up to 4th gear, and then middle of the road again through Stavolo, and then that curb on the exit's particularly slippery, so got to keep off of that. Up to 5th. In the dry we're getting 6th about here, but you can hold 5th gear along here, and then you can just use this bit of green on the way in here. I only found that out with a few laps before I came in the box. You can use the green bit on the exit there. It's actually got a fair bit of grip. And then here, the braking zone in the middle of the road, where there's no rubber on line, the car really stops well there. Down to 1st gear.
And then up towards the timing line, that's a lap.
Now, we're seeing track conditions they're improving very rapidly. Who makes the decision, the crossover point, as to when you had enough of the wet weather tyres, but it's probably just on the limit for slicks? Is that purely your call, or the team giving you the advice from what they know regarding weather patterns that might be coming?
I mean, it's really the driver's call at the end of the day. They're out there with their hands on the wheel and bum in the seat, and they can feel exactly what's going on, and it was my call to go to slicks. As I said, I want slicks. I could see some clouds in the distance, and as we know, Spa can just change, like that. So yeah, and it did for me. It was unfortunately the wrong call, so we've just gone backwards, and the first problem for us was we boxed a little bit late under safety car, and then we unfortunately got held down the bottom, which I think both the Mark VDS cars and one of the Audis did as well. We got held at the end of the bottom of the pit lane at Eau Rouge, and unfortunately lost half a lap. So yeah, very frustrating for me.
I mean, they've been commenting on the amount of time that drivers are having to wait. I was just watching Laurens van Thor get past Norbert Siedler, not from position, but just overtaking, and it's not always easy. That's a very quick car, that particular Ferrari, and it's not easy when you're going a lap ahead of a car that's got that performance. But you're sitting at the bottom, waiting to get on track. I mean, I said to David, well, why not get a dinner service in, because you could probably eat it and still be waiting there before the light went green.
Yeah, I was so frustrated. I was on the radio saying, what's going on? It's red. But they were saying, no, it's right. They have to let the train of cars go through before it goes green, and big queue of cars behind me. So, we weren't the only ones to lose out there. But yeah, we can only move forward from where we are. Just need to settle down into the race. Hopefully the weather's going to settle. I think it's due to stay dry from about 7:30, 8 o'clock onwards. So hopefully no more rain, and we can get settled in for the evening.
Alex, thank you very much. I know you've got other things to do, and I'm going to have a continued Nissan note, because although Alex is smiling, Craig Dolby, who has now walked through the door from his Nissan, is looking a little bit more unhappy about life. Let me ask you to just swap headsets for a moment, because we saw Craig's car in its pit box a while ago, and despite the urging of the Dolby Dolls, I fear, Craig, that things aren't looking terribly good.
Yeah, it's race over for us.
Already, I know.
Yeah, the chassis is twisted, so unfortunately Sean lost it in a straight line on the water, just on the downpour, so nothing he could do. So the whole team are gutted, but I'm gutted for Sean and myself and Martin. But that's Spa, it bites hard.
So it was that bad out there?
I think, yeah, it was like this morning in warm-up. When I went out, I nearly went off at Eau Rouge, and on an aquaplaning, the car just floated in. I think by what Sean has said, he's at the minute in the physio trying to get his neck better, but in a straight line on the old pit straight, just swapped ends and put him straight into the wall, so nothing he could do.
Just looking quickly at what we've got leaving the pit lane, the two Mark VDS BMWs that came in 3rd and 4th back on track, so the battle continuing between the two of them. But big disappointment then for the MRS Nissan. I mean, you go through all of this hard work, you get to the race, and it's over almost before it begins.
Yeah.
So Greg, that happened on the run down into Eau Rouge.
Yeah,
just simply the back end
he just said in a straight line it just swapped ends on the run down into a rouge, so he's in a straight line. He said the car went one way, he caught it, and then unfortunately just clipped the grass and it put him straight into the inside wall.
And, I mean, we saw the car being pushed back into the garage, but we weren't actually aware that that had occurred.
Yeah, we didn't see it on the TV. The first we heard was Sean, and he did a great job to get the car back. And when the car came back in, obviously we didn't see the chassis damage, so we worked like mad to get the car back out, and the safety car was out, so it was damage limitation really. And yeah, unfortunately, all of a sudden they noticed one of the chassis at the rear was twisted, and that's race over for us. But yeah, it's gutting.
It's not your day. It's not your day. You say Sean's sorting his neck out. How is he?
He's gutted. I think as much as he's gutted, he's just got a little bit of pain in his neck, so the physio will stretch it out. And but yeah, he's he looks like he could cry. I think like Martin and myself. And we've worked all year for this as a group, JRM and MRS, and yeah, this was my first 24, all of our first 24, and we're looking so forward to it. The start of the race kind of went our way, and we're thinking, hang on, it all opened up, and then all of a sudden that was race over.
Give him our best wishes. Commiserations, Craig.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you for coming to join us. Craig, commiserations. And as the 73 Nissan, there it is, a sorry sight. Craig can better look at the monitor now. The garage door is half down, but our thanks to Craig Dolby for his tale of woe, sad to say. Alex Buncombe's busy first few laps behind the wheel of the car.
I mean, it just illustrates just how treacherous the circuit is when you've got that level of standing water. And I mean, one lap you come through, or the previous lap you come through, no problem at all. And then all of a sudden, suddenly the car's pointing in a direction which is not intended to, and the contact, when we didn't pick that up, we didn't see it on screen either, so just saw the car being pushed back into the garage, and all of a sudden just Craig coming and advising us the reasons why the car has been retired, and Sean's getting a whiplash treatment, so that'll hopefully give him a comfortable night. And but huge disappointment, particularly at your first 24-hour race, and it is a very special event. I mean, any 24-hour race is special, but somewhere like Spa, such a classic circuit, such a classic event with such heritage and history, and to end it, well, basically, just a little over 2.5 hours into a 24-hour event.
It's also a race, of course, that Sean Walkinshaw's father won, going back to the days of the European Touring Car Championship. Anyway, as we look at number 9, BMW, that Timo Glock has got up to 3rd place. Let's just catch up on those VDS pit stops. We saw the cars rejoining. Marcus Paltler is in 46 and is currently 15th. Augusto Farfus is now 10th in number 45. And all of these other incidents that we've had, and pit stops cycling through, and people having to come back in to go onto the correct set of tyres, means that the number of cars on the lead lap is now becoming a lot longer. And so early on, when McLaren looked to have stolen a lap's lead over everybody else, that is but a distant memory. So things are certainly becoming a little bit more competitive. And Shane van Gisbergen is up into 17th place, lapping in the 2:39s, which means that at the moment he's the 3rd quickest man on the road.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing will be conditional on where he is. If he's got clear track ahead of him, then he can get his head down and do the job we know he's capable of doing. But of course, you have to deal with traffic, some of which might be running similar pace to you, other might be a lot slower. And it's not just catching it, it's where you catch it and how you deal with it, and thinking forward when you're behind the wheel. And in as much as you may not recognise every single car on the racetrack, you've usually got a pretty good feel. I was just watching those small corrections from within the cockpit on the way up to this final very, it's a frustrating, it's the best job they could do, I suppose, in the circumstances. But it doesn't give a driver any satisfaction, frankly, whatsoever. But it's a corner, or it's 2 corners, where you can actually lose position or win position.
Timo Glock, these days a DTM racer for BMW, like his co-driver Bruno Spengler, and part of Jens Marquardt's family, if you like, because, of course, they work together at Toyota. There is Alex Zanardi yet to get into the car, and it's adapted especially for him, but also, of course, it's got to be usable by both Timo and Bruno Spengler. Alex Zanardi next week goes off to his handbike life and tries to keep 2 world records in Switzerland. He will be busy next week. So the guy is an absolute legend, and he continues to be a great sportsman.
just watching Timo Glock's hands, he's holding the steering wheel, he's not grabbing it, and he's just, not even, I wouldn't say caressing it, but you don't have to hold a steering wheel as if it's the last lifeline you're ever going to have in your life. You just hold it and you guide the car, and that's what Timo Glock's doing. And in particular, in conditions as we've got now, it's going back again towards a drying track, having had those pretty dire conditions, what, 40 minutes or so ago. And the sky is actually beginning to resemble something more of a blue nature than a black or brown or whatever it has been.
Absolutely right. And we've had another place gain just low down the order now, because up into the top 6, Adrian Quaife Hobbs in the 59 McLaren. So that car that Alvaro Parent started moving up the order. The lead gap, incidentally, Lawrence Vantor leads Maxime Soulet. Maxime has been in that car since the very start, hasn't he?
He has.
And it's 14 seconds. The gap is going up, admittedly, and Maxime Soulet is being caught by Timo Glock. Is that Bentley 7? It is. That's Guy Smith still at the wheel. Bentleys must be very comfortable cars, because people don't want to get out of them.
Well, I think it's the policy that Bentley are applying, that we've got our drivers in. It's easier to keep them in, they're the incumbents. The thing is, they've gone through pretty much almost all the conditions you can face. It's been wet at the start, then it began to dry out. We've had safety car interventions. Then we had, again, a torrential rainstorm. The circuit was virtually flooded. And we just heard there from Craig Dolby that Sean Walkinshaw coming down past the original pits here at Spa. Just the back end of the car swapped and they had contact with the wall, and damage was done to the chassis, and the car's been retired. And you're having to deal with all those variants, and at the same time, keeping one driver. I understand why teams do it. It can be hard. And Guy Smith is actually now finally made his way in. Oh, I can almost feel the relief myself.
So 4th place, that car that was running in straight away loses out, and that means that up into 4th now goes 35 Greg Gilvaire. We've talked about number 9 BMW. Alex Zanardi is set for his Spa 24-hour debut, and he is with OJ.
Alex, you just said that Timo was coming in on the next lap, which means you're about to get into the car. How excited are you ahead of your first endurance race?
I was very excited. Right now, it's different type of feeling on top of the excitement, because, of course, the race is going on. My teammates have done already a lot of work. And on one hand, I can't wait. On the other hand, I'm pretty comfortable here because the situation out there is quite difficult. So anyway, it'll come my time and I'll try just to do my best.
When will you be getting into the car? I take it you won't be getting in when Timo comes in a lap's time.
No, otherwise I wouldn't be here talking to you. No. He'll take another stint. We're trying to get him to the point where we'll finally go for dry tires, and I think it's not because of a lack of confidence in my capability to drive fast in the rain, but for sure the first few laps out, we better keep Timo in the car, which is running really well. He's been one of the fastest car out there in the last few laps, so we're going to keep him in the car and hopefully I'll get the next run.
Well, you said he's running fast. He's currently 3rd. You must love this, knowing you're going to be jousting out for the top positions, for the podium.
Well, actually, we had a problem in which we lost a lap because there was a car who had a problem when he was allowed to merge back the circuit, and we were stuck behind. The light went red again at pit exit, and that's when we got the lap. So I think now after this pit stop we're going to be back 1 lap down, but it's a long race, and as I said, Timo is doing a terrific job. He has recovered already many positions, and we'll try to keep cruising in this way and hopefully recover some more.
Well, I think he's literally about to come in, so Alex, we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So we have then the BMW coming in now, Timo Glock at the wheel of it, and the former Toyota and sports car racer comes then down through the pit lane. He'll stay in the car. Also, Maxime Soulet is in. We talked about that car running in second place. And there, just going through the shot, was number 3 Audi. Remember, that had its accident a little while ago that brought out the most recent safety car period. Stefan Richelmy has taken that car over and is therefore the man behind the wheel. And that car is back in the race, many, many laps down, like 22 laps down, but it is still circulating. But this is the car up front, and now with the pit stops behind, its advantage will look even greater.
Yeah, and Laurens Vanthoor behind the wheel of the leading car, and it looks very comfortable indeed. Last lap, 2 minutes and 38.9 seconds. So track conditions are still a long way away from what was the fastest lap of the race so far, Adam Christensen at a 2:29. But track conditions, like the weather, keep talking about it, are gradually getting better, and we're getting more balloon all over the circuit. So give it another 15-20 minutes, we may see another flurry of activity in the pits, out of sequence, because they're being driven to go on those set of slicks.
You can see the way we stand in the classification at the moment. Vanthoor leading the way from Andy Soucek, from Timo Glock in the pits, from Greg Gilver, from Adrian Quaive Hobbs, and then Anders Fjordbach is 6th overall, heading the Pro-Am class, ahead of the Ecuria Kos Barwell car in 7th place. 8th is Farfus, 9th is Zaug, and it is Ollie Bryant in 10th in the Barwell BMW now, as we approach 8 o'clock here, local time at Spa, with Audi running clear at the front of the field now. So Laurens Vanthoor leads the way as they work their way through Les Combes. Number 1 Audi it is that holds sway here. It is Audi after a very busy first few hours of the race that holds sway in the total 24 hours of Spa. Let's have a look back at the highlights of the race thus far. Beginning on a wet circuit, it was a conventional start, and when the cars accelerated away, Frank Stippler, who was the man on pole position, was not that quick out of the blocks, and what it meant was that the McLarens stole a march on the run down towards Eau Rouge for the first time, with Kevin S taking the advantage from the sister car in the hands of Alvaro Parent. Then Frank Stippler dropped into 3rd ahead of René Rast. An early casualty though was 75 as Frederic Verviche spun. Was just clipped by the AF Corsa Ferrari that before much longer would find itself in a gravel bed with a brake drama. It arrived in sight sideways. Tony Villander was the man at the wheel of the car, and off it went into the gravel. On track, Guy Smith was working his way up the order in the number 7 Bentley as he made a move on the inside of Maxime Martin and pulled the stunt on the inside to gain a place. But then the dramas began. Safety car 1, Gilles Duquesne's accident at the top of Radion. Into the barriers he went, damaged the front of the Ferrari, and that was enough to put him out of the race, and it brought out the safety car. That in turn created all sorts of dramas, as some were handicapped behind it, some gained out of the safety car period. We went racing once more, but a second incident. Safety car 2 was this, as off the road at high speed went Karim Auger, and that was enough to bring out, this time around, a safety car, not only to get a car off the track into a safer place, but also to repair the barriers, and that took a long time. Karim Auger hugely frustrated, as for the 2nd year in a row he's out of the race really early on in the event itself. Another round of pit stops then. Back into the race came Kevin Estre in 58. Chasing him hard down the pit lane was René Rast in the number 1 Audi. The fans then, those particularly supporting Marc VDS, were able to cheer the 2 Z4s as the BMWs came down the pit lane. The road was starting to dry out as well, and a few teams cleverly decided to go onto slick tyres early. However, it didn't pay off for them because the rain would soon come back once again. The 2 Bentleys blasting back into the race, with Guy Smith and Maxime Soulet staying at the wheels of the respective cars. Alvaro Parent had got himself into the lead of the race. He pitted and then was able to squeeze his way back into the queue. The Emil Frey Jaguar didn't get very far. The barrier repairs were almost being completed as the road continued to dry, and some of the clever people were there with the slick tyres ready to rock when they went green. The road drying then, we anticipated some good battles going on into the next part of the race. Green flags on standby, fans looking forward to the action. The green flags did wave, the road was drying, but it wasn't long before the rain came back and threw everybody's calculations up into the air once more. As the cars worked their way around La Source, René Rast, the race leader, was able to make a break, and those that had gone on to Slick tyres soon had to come back into the pit lane because slicks just wasn't the way to go anymore. Phoenix Racing was one such team. They rolled the dice, but it didn't pay off, and Wets had to go on to the 2 Audi R8 LMS, the new style car. So the two dropped down the order, Mies and Fassler, the drivers, as they rejoined and soon found themselves battling with Mauro Engel in the black Falcon Mercedes. And certainly on a mission was Christopher Mies as he found a way through up on the inside. The Ecurie Ecos Barwell BMW Z4 was doing a grand job in Pro-Am, but then we had a full course yellow because of the rain, and that soon became a full safety car after a big accident that involved Jean-Carl Vernet and Michele Rugolo. Rugolo's Ferrari out on the spot. In its pit box with work being done was the Vernet Audi. That did rejoin, but many, many laps down, effectively out of the race. It's long out of contention now, sad to say. 63 from the back of the grid after an engine change was in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti, up into second place, the car running in the top 6 at present. And as the race got back underway, it was a wet road, but a drying road once more for the teams. The circuit drying out all the time here at Spa now, and it won't be long before they have to start thinking about slick tyres once more. René Rast was the man doing the good work up front. He would hand the car over on the next pit stop to Laurens Vanthoor, as Kevin Est gave way to Shane van Gisbergen. In the Barwell Ecurie Ecos car, it was Alexander Sims who brought into the pit lane the Pro-Am class leading car. Out on track, carving his way through the traffic, was René Rast. He put himself onto the back of Norbert Siedler's Ferrari, made his move on the inside to work his way through the traffic. It has been a very eventful start to the Spa 24 Hours, and there is still plenty more to come. For now, from OJ Borg, John Watson and David Addison, it's time for a quick bite to eat, and we'll see you back here at Spa later in the evening. Bye for now.